Heard you call my name while I'm passing out. The mistake I've made, it can't be turned around. I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. I took the easy way out. I went one for one before casting out the mistake I've made. I feel like shit.
Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. It's just one of those happy days. The weekend comes, my cycle hums. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet,
just knock it off, you scum bucket.
it's just one of those days. It's just one of those happy days. It's just one of those happy days. It's just one of those happy days. The weekend comes, my cycle hums, ready to make stays. It's just one of those days, feeling like a freight train. First one to complain, leaves with the bloodstain. Damn right, I'm a maniac. You better shoot, cause I'm fucking up your program. And if you're stuck up, you just locked up. Next in line to get fucked up. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just
I'm losing my cool.
it's all about the happy days. It's just one of those happy days. It's just one of those happy days. The weekend comes, my cycle hums, ready to make stays.
I feel like shit. My suggestion is keep your distance.
Right now I'm dangerous. Right now I'm dangerous.
Something's happening to the bonds.
My day keeps going this way and this way.
I'm gonna pop you one so you'll stop playing games.
Give me something great. Give me something great. I hope you know I like a chainsaw. A chainsaw. A motherfucking chainsaw.
What?
So come and get it.
What we got here is a case of mistaken identity, you know? See, now this here is
Not Robert.
Two girlfriends. One, two, baby. I have one, two girlfriends. One is not enough. One is not enough. Every day she take my bed. That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. She cook me scrambled eggs. That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. When I'm sick, she rub my head. I love my girlfriend. Is she a freak? Oh no, that's my other girlfriend. Every day she make my bed. That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. She cook me scrambled eggs. That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. When I'm sick, she rub my head. I love my girlfriend. Is she a freak? Oh no, that's my other girlfriend. Itchy itchy eye, chitty bang bang. I have 2 girls with the same name. I hug one, then I kiss the other. I don't love her undercover, she ain't never met my mother. Two kitty cats in my litter box. The wetter kitty gets a cherry pop. Pick one, oh no, I refuse. Why choose when you know you have 2? Every day she make my bed. That's my girl. That's my girlfriend. She cook me scrambled eggs. That's my girl. That's my girl. When I'm sick, she rub my head. I love my girlfriend. Is she a freak? Oh no, that's my other girlfriend. niggas surfing on the sheets. I call the plumber cause she's soaking me. I'm a baby cub, lick they honey pot. They booty round, I bite they apricots. Pick one, I refuse. One shy and the other gets loose. Every day she make my bed. That's my girlfriend. She cook me scrambled eggs. That's my girlfriend. When I'm sick, she rubs my head. I love my girlfriend. Is she a freak? Oh no, that's my other girlfriend. Every day she make my bed. That's my girlfriend. She cook me scrambled eggs. That's my girlfriend. When I'm sick, she rubs my head. I love my girlfriend. Is she a freak? Oh no, that's my other girlfriend. Cookie baker.
Hello. You know who wasn't in the episode?
Staying on Broadway, staring at the wall. Open up my window, head for South Dakota.
Wow. That's great. I mean, Kanye West not in the Epstein files, everybody. So, and yet, you know, he's so maligned. Hello, everybody. It's me, Ethan Van Sciver. You might, is that like clearing your throat into the microphone? That's not great, is it? That's not good behavior. Not for the start of a live stream. Maybe like halfway into a live stream, but not at the start. This is Trashcast right here on Comic Artist Pro Secrets. I'm your host, Ethan Van Sciver, of course. 33-year veteran of the comic book industry. This is a difference, another difference between Eric July and me. I look at my beard and I go, are there runaways? Are there like flyaways? Let me fix those. World's most charming, disarming, elegant, eloquent, and yet humble man. Great big Sopranos fan, trusted member of the media. What microphone am I using? Is okay. Let's see. Is that effed up too? Yeah, you never know what's going to happen around here. Choose a device. That's correct. I turn that up a little bit. Speakers, that's correct. Using the microphone right in front of me. Yes. Is that not good? Let me test my levels. Let's get a little bit more gain on there. A little bit more gain. Good to see you. Let me see. Time to dye your beard. E. Hey, listen, we can do that whenever you want. You guys, so if it's time to dye the beard, it might be time to dye the beard. We can do that. Jet black this time. We'll go back to that. Igor DePino, who's never led me wrong, not even once. He says, sounds fine. Say microphone, says comics. Oh, soy microphone, says Comics Gay Drama. It's a soy microphone. Man, already taking a beating this morning. Yeah, I guess I got to do. I was sitting around like working on a couple of things. Varikusaki says, "Zot the hoople." Working on a couple of things and realized I have to do Trashcast because of it's all because of Eric July today. It's too much Eric July stuff, but also there is some Rippaverse spurgery going on. I don't know why this happens around Comics Gate Drama. He seems to be a fellow who's not looking for trouble. Comics Gate Drama is a guy who clearly is just trying to do his thing. He's not trying to get in anyone's way. He's not trying to stir up. Oh, this is interesting. God dang. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. These guys, attention seekers here, but Trying an old trick. Mike Wheeler applies to trademark the name War Campaign, and announces a new live stream by the same name. So he says they need to license that name from me if they want to keep calling themselves that, War Campaign. One word. And then he's doing a live stream. He says there's going to be no drama. Very silly. Knife School. Recently, the subject of a controversy when Ethan Van Sciver's channel was hit with a strike. We all remember that a few days ago. Might have been a week ago. In fact, I think it was a week ago. I think it was Saturday. It was 1 week ago. This channel was hit with a copyright strike, and it went down. The entire channel went down. Well, not the whole channel, but I couldn't live stream for 7 days. It was a real problem. And it turns out that the guy who struck me was Rippaverse, who, in my opinion, completely went by. You got to see these messages he sends me. I mean, they are something else, man. This guy is off of his fucking rocker. Anyway, he's been sending me these messages back and forth like I've got your entire world in my hands and all this gay shit. And then when people say, hey, there's something wrong with you, he goes, you just believe you're in a cult that believes what Evan is telling you. Anyway, man, I love that. I like the idea that there's a cult around me. That would be cool. We got this. The Knife School recently subject, blah, blah, blah. They tell him he holds the cards to EVS's downfall. So let me look at those here. Same. I didn't know the guy and had to contact him and tell him off for pretending I worked for him and that he owned my content. This is like super delusional and weird. Then a second telling off when he was fucking my charity fundraising because he was butthurt for the first telling off. Of which I simply told him he can't play any of my content and never to contact me. Really simple and clear stuff. No contact for 7 months. He gets told not to use my contact. I need to copyright protect my I copyright protect my content. He plays my content anyway. He gets a copyright strike, plays victim, and cries online. Let me see. Huh? What? Someone mentioned taking channels down? How can I help? Says Rippaverse. All 200 privated plus privated cards. So I said, you cannot. I just tweeted this out of nowhere. I was sitting there watching Rome, and Pompey was in a discussion with somebody. I can't remember who the character was he's talking to. Rome is so great on HBO. But anyway, he says, you ask me to openly betray a friend. I cannot. And it was such a great line of dialogue because it's like, you ask me to betray a friend. Is that what he's saying? And I cannot? No. You ask me to openly betray a friend. I cannot. Great, terrific line of dialogue there, which kind of suggests that like we can do things in secrecy that we might not want to do in the public. That's how a lot of YouTube works. And a lot of people reacted to it. All I was doing was I just thought that was an interesting line of dialogue, and I tweeted it out just for fun because I was drinking. And you got Knife School here, who is Rippaverse. He calls himself Knife School now. He says, lol, shut the fuck up. You'd sell your own kids for a few super chats. Or, by the way, Hunter is for sale. We're going to need to hit that $100 super chat goal in order for Hunter to be up for sale right now. So, or a picture of Anna, that Star Wars Gunt's tits. Anna, that Star Wars gun. Like, she looks good. Like, have you seen Anna like virtually naked this week? She looks good. I mean, I don't know if she has a gunt. You know what a gunt is, guys? You understand what that is? That's like when you have a belly that's so big, it hangs down and it like bifurcates and becomes. It looks like a, it looks like a female. Well, anyway, that is look, not yet at least. Let me see. Anna has a nice ass this past month. You can't complain about the way Anna looks. I wouldn't have to sell my own kids for it. We have the guy from. Here's the whole thing. Even if I wanted to see Anna's tits, and I really don't care that much, but like even if I wanted to see them, eventually I will because the guy from Rumble, is going to pay for that for all of us, not just me, but for all of us. The guy from Rumble is going to probably come in and super chat them and everything, and eventually we'll get the bra, and then who knows? Kilroy was here, says 100% can't confirm. All those that video is all around the internet. You can see the shot of Anna taking off her pants and spinning around and all that stuff. That's fine. I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to sell my kids for that. But anyway, this is the whole thing here. And I thought it was peculiar. Like, this is a guy who kind of pretends that, like, he's aloof from me and all this stuff. And in actual reality, I was aloof from him. I looking back, like, he was a guy who did a puppet show. And I said, those are great. Can I play that puppet show on my show? And he said, sure. And so I played the puppet show on Trashcast. And then I said, boy, I'd really like you to make some puppet shows as content for my channel. And he said, okay. And we negotiated it. Now, all of those negotiations are gone because he used to be called the Rippaverse on Twitter, on X. And for some reason, he took that whole identity down. He took that, name down. So as much as I would like to show, I don't know if that still exists anywhere. Like, I don't know if he has the ability to reveal that stuff, but I would encourage him to. And I did here. So let me see here. He's excited about being able to take down my channel if he wants because of 200 plus privated videos. He can't because the videos are private. But like if I unprivated them and put up like the puppet shows, he probably could. But somebody here came up with a pretty good synopsis. What is this? Is that Shane's house? Is Shane okay? Somebody here put up a pretty good synopsis of who this guy is and what happened. Jazilla Rocketeer. Oh, please let me be able to talk. I please. I don't want to be sick. Not right now. I want to be able to talk. Bear with me, guys. I'm doing my best. Oh, my God. Jazilla Rocketeer. Oh, no, Jazilla. He says, I remember him being real loud about how he had nothing to do with the strikes. Those tweets make it sound like it was all on purpose. Yeah, he's backpedaling a little bit. I mean, when we were talking in private, me and Rippaverse said something. First of all, like, I had respect for him because, the songs, Hibbity Jibbity, and, the rap song that he did. I was like, this is a guy who's got Vasilis Lolos level talent. Like, Vasilis is super talented. Not only is he an artist, and he's a European. Not only is Vasilis Lolos an artist, but like he's somebody who can play musical instruments. So the soundtrack to his trailer was all created by Vasilis. He can play guitar, he can do all that shit, and he can make music. So when I heard like Hibbity Jibbity, I was like, oh my God, like this is really good. I can't believe this guy Rippaverse is able to play instruments and make this music. And I said, that's amazing. This is really good stuff. And it sounds like a pop hit. It's, very good. And then he did the same thing with like, what was Online Trolls. Another one. That's amazing. Well, he told me when he was trying to explain to me in our emails, he goes, it might not have been me that even got you struck. Like it could have just been that, the music for Online Trolls and for Hibbity Jibbity was taken. It was taken from some other kind of open source, like a place where you can just buy blank music and then add lyrics to it. You can sing along to it. Like there are tracks, there are backing tracks. So he didn't even do that. That's not even his music. He did not even create that music. He just bought it. Or maybe he didn't pay for it. I don't know. I don't know how that worked, but it was not his music. So that song where he's like, hibbity jibbity bullshit and ebonics, like that was somebody else's music and he just wrote lyrics over it. And I just went, everyone sucks, man. like in this world, and like right now, when I'm doing everything, I am creating art by hand, and the rest of the world, they're using like these digital effects. They're using AI and everything like that. It's like I believe in people like Vasilis Lolas, who can actually create a lot of just substance, a lot of amazingness just from himself, from the wellspring that is his mind. So I was like, so you're telling me that you think that the strike didn't come from you manually striking the channel, but maybe the algorithm somehow picked up, some AI bot picked up the fact that the music that you used was stolen somehow, or that you didn't own it? I said, that's weird. And then that theory got tossed aside too. He's a fucking liar. This guy's a liar. He's a lying piece of shit. Just trying to figure out a way. Like, what kind of wormy bullshit excuse can I, offer to sort of dodge the fact that I manually went in and hit DMCA. DMCA struck, false DMCA struck, your video because I was butt mad, ass blasted. Yeah, if that were the case, it would have happened way before now. He was just trying to figure out a way, just trying to come up with some kind of an excuse. And by the way, just say that you did it. You know what I mean? Like, I can smell your weakness when you're sitting there going, I didn't do it. It was out of my control. Just say I did it. I wanted to fuck with you, which is what he's saying now. You're a liar. All right. So he said, this is all making it sound like it was on purpose. He says, I was in CG Scumler. That's Rippa, the great Riley. Now defunct original group chat where EVS and Andy had their major falling out. Even before that, Andy came across as a giant jealous baby, petty and completely psycho. He's worse than Enlightened Fan. That's crazy. Enlightened Fan is a fucking nut job. I mean, look, we've encountered people. This is definitely a personality type here on the internet that I'd never experienced before. Like, you have, you've got Andy, that Rippaverse, and his behavior. It's the same as Matt Barr's behavior. It's the same as Enlightened Fans' behavior. Like, they're obsessive. They're petulant. They have no boundaries whatsoever about what they say. They're cruel. They're rude. What else would you say? But they go on and on and on. Cluster B personalities, is that what this is? I mean, I don't know. I've never experienced. I'm like, well, what exactly is going on here? What is your problem? Cluster B personalities. Let me look into that. I never really cared for him, but I kept my mouth shut about him in the chat to keep the peace safer at the end when I finally gave him a piece of my mind. He says, I did privately mention to Riley a couple of times before the falling out that I didn't care for or trust Andy because he seemed unhinged. I was reassured that Andy was just playing an over-the-top character. Yeah, when he was like, I'm mother, little children. Like, he adopted, like, this female persona. Hello, I am mother. It's really fucking weird. I went with what Riley said because he knew the guy way better than me. I still couldn't shake the feeling. How he acts in public is how he acts in private as well. He would go off over the slightest things that weren't even worth getting upset over. Small disagreements that any normal, well-adjusted human would just go, okay, and just move on with their lives would be subjected to long rants from him about how stupid they were for not agreeing with him. That was me with Sven. I had to hit like on that because I was like, yeah, that was Sven Staffel's. Like, when he said Sven Staffel sucks, I said, oh, I don't think he does. I think he's really good. He's hitting all the right notes with the cartooning he's doing for Heather Swain. Like, he's hitting all the right notes. I'm telling him what to draw, and he's getting it. Like, he's getting it. A bad artist, a bad comic book artist can't sell the emotion, behind the story. You know what I mean? Like, they just clumsily sort of draw shit. He's able to really convey a lot with his storytelling. He's a fantastic cartoonist. So I'm sitting there telling Rippaverse, no, I think he's really good. And I think, I trust my judgment, and I'm surprised you don't trust my judgment. Big tantrum. Holy shit, that went on and on and on about Sven. And Sven is just like, what did I do to this guy? Like, even if, like, you're critical of him as an artist, like, it's like, Like there should be no war between these two. There shouldn't be any kind of a beef or disagreement. They're not what you just don't like his work, so he's gonna sit there and take abuse from you. Like that's what else? Is there something else going on behind the scenes there? But anyway, yeah, that's what it was. And in fact, I think there was something going on behind the scenes. He says any new critically acclaimed movie of the week or piece of pop culture that someone said they saw and liked, Andy would spurg out about how that person was an idiot for saying they liked whatever, and anyone who did should kill themselves. I witnessed that too. When Deadpool and Wolverine came out, Andy talked about going to the London premiere and that he had a good time watching the movie and gave it a decent review. Someone in the chat said what amounted to, "I'm surprised you liked it." Andy responded with a long rant that boils down to, "I never said I liked that movie. How dare you believe that I would like something tripe like that?" You know, if you say you had a good time watching something, that implies that you liked it. If I'm recalling, all right, let me see here. Blow this up a little bit. Now, I don't like Vito anymore, but Andy would often go on unprovoked tantrums about how he wished Vito, who was also in the chat, would kill himself whenever Vito would say something, and even randomly at times when Vito had been quiet for days. If I'm recalling correctly, he was actually okay with Vito until Vito turned down his offer to draw Super Killer. This happened to me too. I gotta like this too. I forgot about this until just now. Andy sent me a big long proposal to do a Vespis story. And to me, like I was like, he sent me a proposal and I never read it. I never read it because I was like, dude, you're my puppeteer. You're a guy I'm hiring to do. I don't want to see proposals from you for Cyberfrog. I don't want to see anything like that from you. You are the guy who's making my puppets, and that's it. And I said to him, why are you sending me proposals to write or draw Cyberfrog? Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, it's something else that I've wrote that I thought it could easily transition into a Cyberfrog thing. And he spurred down on me over that too. Yeah, like that's the thing. He offered, he's like, I would like you to consider, doing this as a Cyberfrog thing. And I was like, and why would I want your warmed over, like recycled thing that you would sort of make into something for Cyberfrog? It just, no, thank you. Just no, thank you. Yeah, I know this. He's an extra in movies, in big movies. Yeah, not an extra. He's a stuntman, or he was a stunt. Yeah, or he's an extra. Who knows? Let me see. So, if I'm recalling correctly, okay, so he offered to draw Super Killer. I didn't know that. When Andy would have a meltdown over Vito and Vito would respond, I often found myself supporting Vito because despite his own issues, Vito came across as the more stable one. That's crazy. Every response from Vito would amount to paragraphs from Andy that were just longhand for, I hate you, go kill yourself. Again, I don't like Vito anymore, but I don't want him or anyone I dislike to die. That's just childish and psychotic. Andy would flip out if anyone mentioned the talented Sven Stoffels. He'd rant in a way that came across as jealous about how Sven is a hack and his art is garbage. He'd get mad if anyone said they were supporting Sven or bought his stuff. EVS randomly asked the chat a few days before the falling out what we thought of Sven's work. That's because he was harassing me in private about it. The chat was overwhelmingly positive, save for Andy, who went on a rant about it. He complained that EVS did something similar in a CG chat after learning that Andy didn't like Sven. I understood immediately the point EVS was making, even if it was unintentional. It was to show how jealous Andy was of Sven. The final falling out with EVS seemed over a lot of things rather than just the lack of support of the Beagle charity. I still remember somebody making a joke in the chat and EVS saying, that's funny, followed immediately by Andy saying, I think your wife's Parkinson's is funny. Is there more to this? Yeah, Comicsgate Drama says, I remember seeing this post. Andy then got upset when EVS and most of the chat clapped back about how that wasn't a cool move. And Andy started ranting about the charity, that he was mad that EVS didn't give him enough exposure. Did he do this? I didn't see any of this. I just suspected this is what was going on. And just seemed generally upset that EVS wasn't interested in working with him. Before he left the chat, he did try to make amends with everyone in the chat. There wasn't EVS, but it was under the terms that we can only be friendly if we all 100% agreed with him all the time. I'm convinced his wife stays with him because either she's just as crazy or she's scared of him. Guy is unhinged. That is crazy right there. Look at this. You need a lot of help, Jezilla. Not a word of any of the above is true. See, that's something else. Like when somebody shows up and gaslights you on this level. First of all, everything Jezilla said up there was true. I witnessed it. And when somebody shows up with this level of gaslighting, you need a lot of help. Not a word of any of the above is true. You've posted about 10 long novels in this thread. Are you okay? Are you on medication? Folks, that's called gaslighting. That's amazing. That is absolutely incredible. Like what gaslighting is, people use the word gaslighting all the time. Gaslighting is when an abuser comes forward and tries to make you feel crazy about something that you know is the truth. That's what gaslighting is. So him sitting there going, are you on medication? Are you insane? Like literally none of that happened. Hold on, check DMs for this funny video of Sven on Ripoff. Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll take a look at it. Are you okay, Ethan? Is this hold on, I'm not sure if you reviewed it back in July. I think I did review it, but we'll look at it again with this new context. Oh boy. Yeah, so sorry for the novel, says Jezilla Rocketeer, and then he says, no, that was an interesting read. Others might want a bit more background as well. I've witnessed some of it. So even Comics Gate Drama says, I witnessed some of it. So, okay. So some of it was witnessed by Comics Gate Drama, who everyone will agree is, an impartial observer, Like even Knife School here, Andy, Faggoty Andy, he said that, like, oh yeah, like, Comics Gate Drama, how do you do it? How do you remain so, sort of impartial? So he's saying I witnessed some of it, and then Knife School down below is saying none of that happened. So, World says the name gaslighting came from a noir film called Gaslight. Yeah, I got that. I got the DVD over there. Came out with Fox Noir. The Fox Noir film collection was great. So there you go. There's this. Jazilla says, I recalled to the best of my abilities. I'm not going to out others who are in the chat, but if they see this and want to back me up or tell their stories, I hope they go for it. Oh, here he is again. Spam. Ha 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 ha. Says Andy. This guy's just like a psycho, trying to be a bully. Hi, Jessilla, he says. My name is not Andy. Your name literally is Andy. I like how he's upset at being called Andy. I think he should be called Andy. I think his name is Faggoty Andy. By the way, do you guys understand, like, you guys know faggot? Somebody said nobody is going to understand Faggoty Andy, Ethan. How many of you in the chat understand what that's a reference to? I mean, I know you might have to be 100 years old to know that, but I think it's, like, appropriate because it was based off an older brother. That's Gaslight. Yeah, Raggedy Andy. Okay, yeah. No one gets that, says Wilberforce. Were you the one who said that, Wilberforce? I think it was you that told me that. But yeah, Raggedy Andy, Raggedy Ann, Raggedy Andy. Faggoty Andy. Yeah. All right, hold on a second. Hi, Jessilla. My name is not Andy, and none of the above is true. Looks like you're farming for pats on the head. Can you believe this shit? Then, after saying his name is not Andy, he calls me Evan Von Scammer. So, by the way, as soon as you see that somebody is calling me Evan, which is a very strange thing, Evan came from a tranny back in the SJW Marvel days, called me Evan and said it takes away his power when you call him Evan. Like, I guess when you call me Ethan, it makes me powerful. But when you call me Evan, it takes away my power. And I just said, trannies are fucking crazy. Like, that is an insane, but okay. Yeah, Evan. Well, War Campaign and people like that whole group of anti-comic skaters started picking up the Evan thing, which, I mean, truly does not bother me. It's okay. You can call me Evan if you'd like to. My name is Ethan Van Skyver. My initials are Evan Skyver. I've been called, I would go as an alternate. If I had to come up with like a fake name, I'd go by Evan Skyver, I think. That just makes sense. So I like it. It's not an embarrassing name. The Von Scammer part is, though. What do you mean, Von Scammer? He goes, Evan Von Scammer and I were never friends. We're never friends. He thinks that I'm telling people that he and I were friends. No, I'm not, Andy. I'm not saying we were friends. I'm saying we were friendly enough that you used to send me these long, and I think I downloaded one of them. So we can take a look at it. I gotta find it. But you would send me these long fucking videos where you're walking around and talking to me with your iPhone, walking around town. And I'd go, what is this? What is this guy's problem? Like, he has very little respect for my time. Either that or he really wants to be my friend. Like, one of the two. He either really, like, if you sat there, if you walked around, wait, didn't you send Andy long handwritten letters? No, I never did. That's a good question, well read, because if I did do that, that would imply that, I was his friend or I wanted to be his friend or something like that. Never did. I would text him back. I'd go, that's cool. Yeah, good job. When he made a good puppet show, I would write him, that was fucking hilarious. Very good work. But most of the time he would send me these like Mindy Wheeler style, like long messages. And I would go, okay, thanks. Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Yep. Perfect. Let's do that. Those would be my responses to Andy Marshall. And by the way, again, I would love to be able to prove that too. I would love to be able to prove that too. But I can't because he took down his original Twitter account. Like his Twitter account where we did all the negotiation, all the talking, where he sent me all the videos. That's gone. He took that down. So now he's got Knife School, and I looked, and we've never exchanged any private messages on Twitter with his Knife School account. We have not exchanged any messages. Anyway, we're never friends or connected in the first place. That's just something he tried to grandstand about when my puppet video previews he played were popular on his channel. Man, that is delusional. Boy, I know this guy. He was like an extra in a bunch of films in Hollywood. That's so cool. And now he's making me puppet videos for $150 a piece. I give him $150. And by the way, he wants that $150. Let me tell you something. He's like, where's that $150 for my puppet video? You got it. Here it is. We were never connected. He says, I don't know what connected means. By an umbilical cord? Like, I'm not sure what exactly you're implying. Like, what define connected? You know what I mean? Define connected. I have tax documents related to money that I gave you. I played your videos on my live stream. Other than that, no, I agree. I am not connected with you. You fucking weirdo. But you did do work for me, and that's just reality. He still can't deal with that either. The reason I had to take him to task, he said, take me to task, 1-to-1, not in a group chat weeks beforehand, is absolutely nothing to do with the slop you've just gone on a demented rant about. You just said that that didn't happen anyway. Now you're saying that it's slop and it had nothing to do with that, which you're kind of acknowledging that's real. There's no way you could possibly know, you clown. Do you have access to my email account? No. This is what I'm talking about right here. I'll happily be releasing every single DM and email communication between myself and that weird Ethan guy that he's obsessed with now. So Mr. CG Drama here and everyone else in the corner of the internet will soon see the actual real factors that transpired. Holy shit. If you know anything about me, you know that I love this. This is what I like. I like openness. I like honesty. I like the facts being out there. I love receipts. I love receipts. When I have receipts, I give receipts. I do not have receipts for this. I'm gonna scramble and look for some of the videos that he sent me. I don't know if I still have them. I must, because I had to download them. I was like, you're making me download these fucking videos. Like it's one thing to just send me like a 2-second, you want to send me an audio clip? He'd send me all these audio clips. Stop sending me audio clips of you talking. I don't want to hear you. Just say your puppet show is on the way. That's all I wanted. All I wanted. I need a puppet show. Rippaverse. You see what Yellow Flash did? I need a puppet show about that. Okay, Ethan, I think I got something. I'm working on 2 puppet shows right now, Ethan. You're going to love them. Oh, really? I can't wait until you see them. Okay, send them to me as soon as you got them. Here's a sample of the puppet show that I'm working on for you. Oh, wow, that looks great. Cool. Yeah, finish it so I can play it this weekend. Tons of communications like that. I would love to see. Please release those. And we'll see. Again, like Yellow Flash. Oh, Ethan was like sucking my dick to get on my show. I will show you exactly what goes on behind the scenes with these cluster B, thank you, psychopaths who show up on this scene, desperate, looking for attention, and just become ass blasted, really fucking psychotic retards, and they all end up in a corner together. I mean, if this guy were who he says he was, we'd never hear from him again. You know, but no, we will hear from him for years, I promise you. I'll happily be releasing every single DM. Please do. I don't know like how that works. Do you still have Rippaverse? I'm actually asking you to please do this. You can release. I have the emails. I can release the emails, but they're Matt Barr style, like cruel, psychotic, like fuck you. If you fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck. Like it's that kind of shit. I'll show you that if you'd like to see it, but it won't prove anything except that this guy's a psychopath. What I would like to show is I would like to show our work communications. Show that stuff. That would be good. Happily, he says, I'll happily be releasing every single DM. Okay, you need to do that. And by the way, I'll happily, I like that word there. I'll be happily releasing. You have to do that. And then this. Every single DM. Now, the email communications are you being a psycho and threatening me. I have those. I do not have the DMs. I would like everyone to read the DMs because that will prove what it is that I'm saying versus what you're saying and what Jadzilla just said. If you have the DMs, and by the way, Mint Salad has access to the room where all of this happened in, but I'm not sure. I think once you kill your account, unless somebody took screenshots of everything, references to you and your messages disappear. I think that's true. Release the rip-off files, says John Muntz. Let's get them. Let's go. Hold on a second. Wow, we got a lot of green super chats here tonight. So you're telling me the guy who films puppets engaged in questionable behavior is mentally unstable? Jason P. Yeah, I think so. Gluminati says, if it was the music, how come it said claimed by Rippaverse? Liar. Yes. Here's Sam High Voltage. Evan Almighty. Thank you. Here's Mr. Kenny. Why do you make so many enemies? Mr. Kenny, I swear to God, I wish I knew. But you know what I think it is? First of all, it's my personality. I think I infuriate some people. But also, look at where we are. Look at where we are right now. Look at the corner of the world that we've been shoved into via cancel culture. We're with people who are in similar straits, who used to be but or never were, who want to be, but can't. You know, we're with these people now. This is hell. This is what hell is. How do you find somebody like this? And then he says, all right, so Mr. CG Drama here, anyone else will soon see the actual real factors that transpired. Your insane essays above are going to look pretty stupid. All right. Again, this has to be followed through on. You can't say this and then not do it. You have to actually do it now. Release the DMs. Release all of the ripoff. And I'll know if they're fake. I'll know if they're edited or redacted. I'll know. I'll recognize them. I'll acknowledge them if they're real. Yeah, like you can't just say stuff like this and then not do it. Comicsgate Drama says anything that adds insight is always welcome. The people decide. Bless you, Mr. Drama. Thank you for your work. So you're acknowledging the Comicsgate Drama. Look at this. This is like, thank you for your work. He saw you behaving this way. He just said that. Is he lying too? Is Comicsgate Drama lying too? He said that he saw you behaving this way. He said, I saw some of that. I witnessed some of that. But you said that all of it was a lie. Thank you for the acknowledgement. I try to keep everyone on equal footing as best as I can. You'd be surprised how much blowback I get behind the scenes. Is that last sentence a euphemism? So a euphemism is when somebody gets hit by a truck and they're mangled all over the street, and you say, yeah, they went to heaven. Or they went to heaven. It's a euphemism is when you make something that's horrible, like something that would be, you make it sound lighter than what it actually, that's what a euphemism is. You mean double entendre. You fucking retard. All right, so here we go. Baby Andy came to play. No, I just posted a short, singular tweet. You posted novel after novel of unhinged crash out material, none of which is true. Are you okay, sweetheart? But thank you for calling me Ethan again. You desperate for Ethan points again? Ha 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 ha. So, by the way, anyone who tells the truth about these guys is desperate for my attention. But hey, Jessilla, good news. You got my attention. Great job. I appreciate it. All I want is the truth. Just tell the truth out there. There are so many fucking liars and just people that I would consider to be bad actors who are behaving in a bad actorly way. And Andy Scott Marshall is definitely a bad actor, or else he would have actually played a part in a movie, not just a background character. Tadaruzu says, why does everyone become so spiteful and weird? I honestly, the other thing is, I think that like the internet feeds this. I think that I remember that umbrella guy way back in 2018. He came to me and he said, man, I met some of your enemies and they have a line about you, dude. They sat me down and they tried to reprogram me against you. And you should hear the kind of shit that they say. It's effective. This kind of thing feeds itself. I think these people all of them are looking for a cult. That's what I think. Mr. Mont 804 says, does Rippaverse sound like groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons? No, he sounds gay, honestly. He's got a light little lispy voice. He does have some kind of a British or, a British accent. Could be a Scottish accent. I don't know. I can understand him when he talks. I used to speak to Scottish people back in the day when I was, dealing with Grant Morrison and Frank Whiteley, and I couldn't understand a word that they said. The Scottish brogue is very, very deep, and it's difficult. I had to focus on them to sort of listen very carefully to understand what it was that they were saying, and it was hard. When Grant was talking to me, I'd lean into him like, what is this? I have to ask him. It'd be embarrassing to ask him to repeat himself, that's embarrassing. You don't want Grant. I'm sorry, say that again, Grant. What did you say? You have too much respect for him to do something like that. But I had to do that a couple of times. I can understand this guy when he walks around muttering to himself on video. So I don't know. I guess it's British. I can understand the Brits perfectly well. I love British people. Absolutely love them. Oh, here's JD Kirby, Dark Overlord. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Let me see. Can you write that down in American, Grant? Yeah, I know. It's like, can you please, I'd rather read it than hear you say it, Ethan should talk to Mark Miller. Same thing. Mark has the same kind of Scottish brogue that, I can understand him a little bit better because I think he's been kind of Americanized through Hollywood. That's going to piss him off even more, not knowing his exact accent. His accent is his accent, his behavior, his mincing is just Euro trash to me. Fat American EVS. That's just Euro trash. I don't, it's gay. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, Andrew's clearly gay, says JD Kirby. I would think so. Yeah, but I guess he's not. I don't know. He says he's got a wife. Who knows? Anyway, that's what's going on. And I'm hopeful that this all resolves itself the way that it should, which is release the DMs. You said that you would. You implied that you have them. Where are they? Release them and we'll just see, man. You can see how I work with people. You can decide if I mistreated him or if I deserve to have this guy go psycho on me as usual. As usual. You observe the same thing with Yellow Flash. You guys make up your own mind. I'm just telling you that I personally feel like this is what hell is. This is absolutely what hell is. All right, so let's move on to this other thing. Now that's one thing. It wasn't what I meant to talk about today. I'm here live with you guys doing this live stream because Eric said something absolutely extraordinary today, which was phenomenal. Let me just show you this. Like I've been thinking about this. This got my puzzling. And you guys too. Like I actually said, what are your theories? Because you guys are smart. You guys are watching all this stuff go down because you watch Trashcast, and many of you are in my DMs. You can see like a bunch of people in my DMs with theories, with screenshots, with things that they think are going on, with little videos. Eric July, he said this. He said, I'm going to have some more information later. And I know this will sound crazy to some of you, but between both Rippaverse and Ripascend, I'd like to publish 100 books this year. 100 books this year. So 100 books. That would be from here to that's about 10 books a month. Holy fuck. He wants to do 10 books. 10 books per month, 100 books this year. And he says this is going to sound crazy to some of you. Yeah, like on its face, it sounds crazy. So what is he doing here? What is the situation? I had some questions here. These are some factors to consider because as we're putting together the clues and trying to make any of this make sense. I'll try to make this go full screen. Just give me 1 second here. I know that's like Vito instructed us on how to do this. And I think that's good. Okay. So let me get rid of that. So yeah. In 2025, Eric had to publish 25 comics. 25 comics to bring in the same gross revenue he made making one comic in his first year. So this is a factor to consider. The way sales are looking so far in 2026, yeah, he's going to need to publish 100 different comic titles. Eric is struggling, I think, right now to figure out how to make his business profitable again because 2025, in spite of what he said, was a terrible year for Rippaverse. Terrible. He lost all kinds of money. I know he's bragging, it's our biggest year ever. We made this much money. Yeah, he didn't get to keep any of it. It was a disaster. And not only that, it was all seed money from the first 2 issues of ISOM. And he invested that money. He reinvested it in these comics, which should have grown trees on their own, but they didn't. Like everything was a failure to launch. Who is going to make these comics? That's the first question. You need 100 comics. That's interesting. I mean, you could send 100 comics out to print, but like drawing and writing comics takes a long time. So who are your 100 creative teams that are going to be producing these comics? And my theory is Eric is going to open his doors to Dungeoneers, to that guy who does Lady Megafist or whatever it is, to the Wheelers. He's going to open his doors to JDA. Everybody who makes comics in this space at all is going to be invited to join Ripascend. That's what I think is happening here. Because there's no way, like, you have to generate that much stuff. Wanger could be there. Mark Polton is already there. AI, I don't think AI is going to be a factor unless some individual like JDA uses AI. That would be a factor. But no, I think he's going to want to get into business with JDA pretty quickly. Because JDA does like 3 or 4 books a year. So, you get his books. You're trying to get 100 books. That's 10 comics. So anyway, yeah, low sales, but high volume of slop. If your book earns $25K in funding, you're in. Okay. That's 10 comics per month at $25 a piece. Who is buying this shit? Sturgis Bruce and Enlightened Fan. Those are my guesses there. Now, you guys have your theories as well, which are great. I mean, some of you are just absolutely like flummoxed by this. But then my boy M put this little clip.
Digital reading
was great. Let me this is from my live stream, I think yesterday. And if you listen to all of these things put together, makes a pretty good theory about where Eric's head is right now.
And one of the things that I've had to humble myself is on the digital reading thing. Obviously, the physical nature is what we all grew up on, but I'm not stupid. Japan manga, 70% of their sales were digital. 70%. Yes, we'll never move away from the physical model, but I'm also self-aware enough that my personal preference does not represent the market at large. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to take this data and I want you to get buying this. We're only doing this for 2 weeks. It's not one of those like in-app purchases. We considered that, but I didn't want to open out the gate with that. There probably will be in the future, that will be the approach. If we definitely for like semi-newer releases, if we wanted to do like digital comics, the first 10 that we released are early titles. And it does appear that, look, this is a great move for us. Rippaverse couldn't possibly compete with them as far as the print costs are concerned.
You're trying to save money wherever he can. So printing and shipping is very expensive. It's where all the money is. If you've already got the content and you can get people to just accept a PDF of it, then for like half the money, then why wouldn't you just do that? Problem is nobody wants that. Yeah, that is brilliant. This was brilliantly put together from all of Eric's hibbity-jibbity to understand exactly where he is right now in his thinking and what this is all about. Because me and Shane Davis, like we watch Eric July, and we're just like, what in fuck's holy name is he talking about? What is he doing? It seems like he's scrambling around and trying to find like, how do I get my business grounded again? By the way, there are a bunch of ripitards who are like, oh, is this? I guess Eric's going to publish 100 books. I guess that means that his company's unhealthy, right, you CG turds? Yes, that's what that would mean. If you got to publish 100 books, yes, that's not a sign of health, dude. A sign of health is publishing one book and making $4 million. Hold on a second. Fuck is not holy, says Marby Dog. It is when I do it. All right, so 100 times a disappointment. You'd have to charge $250 for a book to get the same people to buy all those books, says Moromai. Yeah, you're really counting on. Here's the thing: you're counting on your regular customer base to be consistently as active as they have been when you release fewer books. So, this is absurd. Like what he's doing is absolutely insane. It is absurd. As he increases and ramps up the quantity of product that he puts out there, he's experiencing lower and lower sales. Interest in his company is down by 99%. We saw the graphs, 99%. So Eric is sitting here going, he's thinking to himself, all right, look, where can I cut costs? I can cut costs on printing. So if I go digital, 18%, according to a poll that he took, 18% of my current customers will buy my digital comics. You would think like 18% versus, the other 81%, like, aren't you, or 82%, aren't you listening to your customer base? They're telling you they don't want digital comics. But Eric is saying that 82%, you guys are costing me too much money. That 18% of my customer base, the ones that will buy digital, great. We're going to focus on you because you guys are free. You guys are virtually free. I don't have to send you anything. I don't have to mail you anything. I don't have to print anything for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to become a webtoon store. I am going to fill my site, Rippaverse, with 100 comics that I'm going to sell for $16.99. I think was his price, or $12.99. I can't remember what the price was. And make it up in volume. And that is 100% what he's thinking right now. I'm going to go digital. I'm going to make it up in volume. Let's hear him cry about this a little bit.
I'm going to say it time and time again. I hate politics. People that don't understand what I'm saying will look at that and say it's ironic. No, it's not. I hate fucking politics. It's a reason why I am a libertarian. I hate fucking politics. I hate it. I despise it. It's something levied on me.
Oh, you got into it. It's your business. So the more he produces, the less people want it. Interesting, says Justice Foam. Yeah, it's he still doesn't understand the nature of his business. And if he did, I've told him over and over again, like, if Eric, like, without pretense, if Eric actually understood what his business was, then he'd be more successful. He's in denial about it. He wants to be in the comic. You hear him in this particular video. Like, there are people who are telling me that I lack legitimacy, that I don't get to be in the comic book club. He's saying, I belong in the comic book club. There are people who are saying, because of my politics, because of my skin color, because I didn't work for Marvel or DC, I didn't enter the way that other people enter into the club, that I have to be gatekept from the comic book industry. And I don't think anybody is actually saying that to Eric at all. In fact, like, he's just nothing particularly special to the comic book industry. I think what's happening is, listen, Eric is being allowed to go to MegaCon. Eric is being invited, like any regular comic book publisher within the mainstream comic book industry, to participate in that way. The same as anybody else, like any other small press or independent publisher who isn't blacklisted, and Eric is not blacklisted, can go to a comic book convention and set up a booth and attempt to gain fans from the mainstream, from the people milling about there. And Eric gets to do that. But Eric wants to not participate in mainstream distribution channels. And he still wants to be treated like he's Boom Studios or IDW or Valiant or any one of these other companies that is smaller than Marvel or DC, but still mainstream and still gets respect, still considered part of the comic book industry. Eric is complaining in this video about how he's been kept out of it, and he could tell these people how to make more money, but Eric is like drowning, and Eric isn't really being gatekept. The problem is Eric is trying to figure out something that I've been telling him over and over again. You are selling comic books, Eric, but you're not really a comic book company. You are the Eric July company. I think, like, do you have an LLC called Eric July LLC? Because that's what Rippaverse should be called. It's the Mug Club. Your fans are buying your comics. That's why it must be so frustrating to put ads out for your comic books out to just the internet at large. And like sales go down. They don't go up, they go down. You would think I'm reaching more people, right? So more people should be checking out my comics. But no, like, they're not, because who the fuck are you? And your comics don't really look that good. Eric would need to understand that his comic book company is for his fans of Eric July, and that's it. They're for people who watch your internet content. And I made the comparison before, like he makes t-shirts. You see the t-shirts that he's wearing, but he doesn't sit there and go, why, Calvin Klein best recognize. You know what I mean? He doesn't say like anything like that. He's not sitting there trying to get into the clothing market. He doesn't understand there's no difference between the t-shirts that he's making and the comic books that he's making. They're the same thing. Calvin Klein and people who make shirts for men, t-shirts, they're not looking at him because Eric is making merch. Eric would never consider himself to be part of the attire industry there. He would never sit there and go, yes, I make clothing for men, for very immature fat men. He doesn't, like, for some reason that doesn't occur to him. And similarly, like, the comic book industry is the same way. You're making merchandise shaped like comic books for your fans. So with that in mind, you should stop spending trying to attract other customers. Most people who are buying comic books, they're attracted to either characters that they've known for a long time or certain creative people. Like, if you hired Arthur Adams to come over and draw Isom, Arthur Adams fans would come over and probably buy Isom, because they like Art Adams. It wouldn't be because you made a great sales pitch about Isom. I haven't really seen you do that yet. and your fans like you, and that's why they buy your comics, but less and less because you're trying to grow this business and you're delusional about what the business is. It is your mug club. And if you understood that, if you would just come to terms with that, you would be more successful. You branching out and doing these more wild and crazy, desperate stunts. 100, you're going to do 100 comics this year, Eric, and you're going to do them digitally. You're going to offer them digitally. I can't see how that's going to work without fucking over a lot of people. You will be fucking over the creators of those comics. Ripascend right now isn't doing so well for the people who are working for Ripascend, who have taken that deal. It ain't doing any better than they could do on their own. And then you have guys like Mark Bolton and Eric Nienoltowski who have launched their Ripascend book, which looks good. I mean, Shadow Sentry looks great. But yeah, it's just not doing well. You know, it's not doing well under Ripascend. Being associated with Eric July is either not a factor at all or a hindrance. Hold on, let me read some super chats and see what you guys are saying here. How many books do Marvel and DC do each year? Each year, I'm not sure. I think DC had to narrow down. Well, you can do the math. DC winnowed down their numbers to 52 books per year. At one point, they were doing 150 books, 52 books a month. At one point, they were doing 150 books per month. You know this because if you work for them, you get a comp crate every month that contains every single book, including hardcovers and trade paperbacks, that they publish. And you're just like, this is too much stuff. When you first start working there, like as a comic book fan, you are in hog heaven. You are so happy you're getting all these free comics, and you're like, I'm going to read every single one of these. 3 months in, you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do with these crates of comics. Like, I really don't know. I mean, I used to I think I threw a couple of them in the dumpster, just like fucking overhand threw them in the dumpster just to see how loud of a bang it would make. Because it's just too much stuff. Like, I don't need all this stuff. You could go through each comp box and pull out maybe 1 or 2 books and a couple of hardcovers that are worth keeping. But over time, even like the abundance of hardcovers, you're like, what is this hardcover? This is a Poison Ivy, Black Canary team up hardcover. Why did you make this a hardcover? Anyway, so they put out a lot of stuff, and they did it for the same reason Eric is doing it, because they had to keep the numbers up. They had to show that their revenue stayed consistent at a certain point. And in order to hit those numbers, they had to produce a certain number of books. And over time, it became clear that you're losing money by doing that. Ultimately, by hitting that revenue number, that high revenue number, by producing more work, you're actually losing money. So you want to do just level it off, find a reasonable amount of books, and then hope that the fact that you have fewer books out there won't scare off your customers. And that's the thing. Like, if Eric had 2 books a year, I think his sales would level off. I think they would stay like 500,000 per book. But he's got, my God, I got to make $4 million a year. So now you're going to publish 100? He's either bluffing as he's about to sell the biz, or it's AI digital comics only. Bing. Every indie creator together isn't 100 a year. Can you imagine if Eric was able to pitch the Ripascend deal to people and get all the, because my thing is, like, in order to make this work, he would have to convince almost every single crowdfunding creator to go his way. And I don't know what his plan is to do that. I mean, maybe he could do that. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not doing it. I don't think Shane's doing it. I don't think John Malin is doing it. But, then again, he got Mark Bolton. So who knows? Who knows? I just think the idea is you've got 100 books out there. You're now looking, if you put out 100 books in a year, you're now looking at books that are going to sell 100 copies. I mean, you're looking at low sales. You're looking at books really descending down as far as they can possibly go. How do you promote 100 different titles? How do you do that? I mean, I'm amazed by this. Every time I think Trashcast is over, like Eric does something like this, and I'm like, I'm in. I got to know what this is. Wow, 100 AI comics. What innovation, says Matt Sicilian. I am sure, because I think Eric very much against AI? Didn't he make a bunch of statements against AI? I'm sure that it's not going to be AI. You can show literal receipts of you paying ripoff, says Can't. Yeah, he doesn't dispute that. Me showing receipts of me paying him is not in dispute. The dispute is the attitude, I guess, behind it. I don't know. I'm not sure what the dispute is. He's like, it's not like we were friends or anything. I mean, listen, I've never sent you videos of myself walking around calling you mate. Hey, mate, how you doing? How are you? Yeah, I'm just walking around. I don't do that to people that I don't care about or I don't, consider to be I'm friendly with. I would never do that. I'm trying to think of who, I'm trying to think of an individual who you don't see me doing that for like Frog Tony. I would never like Frog Tony is somebody who was in this space who he's in the space. It's fine. I'll talk to him. But I would never sit there and make a little video of myself talking my thoughts out to send to Frog Tony. That's weird. I might do it for Shane. I might be walking around going, Shane, I'm trying to figure this out. And I'm just turning on my video. I might make a little video where I'm like, what do you think of this idea for this story? But then this and then send it and beleaguer poor Shane Davis with it. I wouldn't do it, but I might do it because I'm friendly with Shane. If I were going to do it for anybody, it would be Shane. Anyway, that's the whole thing. Good Ying is finally getting a sequel. It already exists. Good Ying's sequel already exists, apparently. Eric made several videos on how AI was going to replace creatives. Oh, yeah. Oh, is that the move? Oh, wow. Yeah. He's like, and you know what? It's going to be because you're so catty. You're so catty. Is he going to do that like AI? That's crazy. I'm going to watch the rest of this. People told me this video is really good. And I agree. Like, this is one of the best live streams he's done in a while. I'm not bored by it. I'm infuriated by it in a few places, but I'm not bored by this video, which is interesting. When's Merch coming on? He had trouble with War Campaign. So Shawnee 7488. Yeah, I would have Merch on. We'd have to have something to talk about. Him having trouble with like fake War Campaign, the fake War Campaign, isn't that interesting. It's just, of course, Does Rippaverse sound like groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons? I don't know, man. Let me see. Tato Russo says, why does everyone become so spiteful and weird? Cluster B, there you go. Vardan Papazian. Vartan Papazian. If he's the only one with messages, he's taking his time releasing them. Expect altered text and selected excerpts. He said, again, taking him in his word, I will release all of the DMs. So if he's doing any of that, there's a reason for it. He shouldn't. You just release them all. Even the boring stuff, just release it all. Now go over his reply to Rippaverse attacking your morning art, says Jose M. Is he with Rippaverse now? The two of them? See, that's the whole thing. Like, you can say, like, oh, I'm way above all this stuff, and as soon as we see you with Rippaverse, it just seems like we can see where you're coming from here. Attacking my morning art. What a bunch of retards. 5 more years of Trashcast, says Mail It Girly. Abacus Flinch. I think EJ should put out a weekly webcomic in the style of Control-Alt-Delete. He can even have an episode where he runs to the hospital to visit Caro. You have fat chance there. John Muntz. He says he hates politics, yet wrote for The Blaze and built his channel on political commentary from a libertarian perspective. He is politics. Him saying he hates politics is like, I think everybody would say that, though. I think, like, if you asked Glenn Beck, do you hate politics? He'd be like, I hate politics. Yeah, sure. But it is what you are.
It's something that is forced upon me, so I better be knowledgeable on it. and voice my opinion, but I hate it. Why? It makes people crazy.
That is true. I agree.
Otherwise, rational people that would be very understanding and very, you largely respect them, become just insane. And because they let it control every aspect of their life to the point to where they don't want to even be in the same space. Like, imagine that. They can't even agree to disagree. I would be perfectly fine if these hardcore leftists were like, hey, he's doing this thing. I'm not necessarily into it. I'd be like, you know what? Fine. All gravy, baby. That's all good. But that's not what they do. They're incapable of doing it. It has to be, I am going to work overtime to destroy everything that you have built because I just don't think that you should be here. You're not supposed to be in this space. You're a leftist, or rather, you're not a leftist. They're leftist, and they feel as if you are encroaching upon their space that they have inherited, that they own, and therefore they got to go get you.
Is he back to talking about comics now? Eric is desperate to be in the comic book industry. Yeah, I wonder what happened. Like, something must have happened where he feels like he was gate kept from something. I don't know what. Oh, there's the one time that, like, that one puppy mill in Europe, artist mill, rejected him because of his videos. But I mean, again, like Eric, you do, like, you call people faggot and retard. You use the N-word, all this stuff. Like, you do that. It's like, I realize, like, for me, like, the freedom to just say whatever I want to say is worth it. Like, I'm never going to work in the mainstream comic book industry again. It can never happen. If I ever got a job in the mainstream comic book industry, an SJW or one of these guys, a war campaign guy, would pile up receipts of me, working blue, as it were, like just fucking saying bad words, using slurs, and I would immediately lose my job. So, it's like, it's you got to just accept the fact that, like, you are a political animal. And for that reason, like, you're never going to be accepted in the mainstream comic book industry, even if your books were good. You wouldn't be accepted. You would be drummed out pretty quickly, I think. But the good news is, like, as I was saying the other day, like, here on the internet, you have all of the support in the world and you're still crying. Like, I have maybe 20% of conservative media support. You have 100%, except for me, of conservative media support. That should be enough. If your business as a comic book publisher was actually good and legitimate and worthwhile, that should be enough. You should be doing great. This is about as good as you can do. Eric isn't a libertarian. He's just greedy, says Magnificent Devil. Yeah, you're doing as good. Like, right now, like, you're doing as good as it's possible for you to do. But yeah, I do not, Eric, I know that you're like, my business isn't political. I'm apolitical. I'm not anti-woke. I know you're saying all these things. You're signaling these things because you're trying to get into the mainstream comic book industry. But, like, I mean, to me, I would be disappointed and, like, not at all surprised if you were accepted in the mainstream comic book industry. The fact that you're not is, like, kind of interesting. Baldo user says, come on, man. Eric's stuff is just the same stuff every time. Just let him fail. Isn't there someone or someone else to do a Trashcast about? He says, with Nick Rekieta and his Nick Rekieta and his avatar. What are you talking about, Baldo user? You're obsessed with Nick Rekieta. No, I am interested in this comic book clown. I'm interested in comic books. And no, it's not the same. He just announced he's going to publish 100 comic books this year. That is not the same. That is something new. I would love to let all this stuff drop, but I can't. Every time I look, it's some new it's some new terrible fucking thing. 100 comic books this year. You got to be kidding me. All right, here we go.
They'll do everything they can to defame and disrespect and knock you, even when you do awesome things. Me making $4 million a year for this company, it don't mean shit to them. That don't mean anything to them. There are people that they herald, they'll give commercials, they'll give the promotions, they'll give the space, who sell a fucking fraction of what the Rippaverse sells. And it has nothing to do with anything other than he's one of them. That's how they think. It's dumb. When it could easily be the rising tide lifts all boats kind of situation, where it's like, oh wow, you mean to tell me that he's attracting people that otherwise in some cases weren't even all the way like in on comic books?
Why does he get to say this? Like, he's attracting people who weren't in like Eric, your sales are they're down so low. Why does he keep acting like he's growing the business? So his business is growing. And people should be looking at me and saying, look, he's attracting people that weren't even in the comics. They're not in comics, Eric. They're just buying your merch. Once again, if you could get like, I mean, it's like, your comics are like t-shirts. If you could get a grown man to wear one of those t-shirts, you can't say, look, I'm changing things. I'm getting grown men to wear t-shirts. Calvin Klein should call me up and thank me and let me into their whole whatever manufacturing trade shows they have, because like I'm a designer. I'm selling t-shirts. You have people who like you who are supporting you. I've seen people say, this is the first comic book I've ever bought, but I want to support Eric July. They're just supporting you. You haven't introduced new people to the hobby. They don't then go to comic book stores and start buying Marvel and DC books, do they? Has that happened? You have comic book fans in your audience who are also buying your books, but anybody who you're claiming like you're introducing to the hobby, they're your fans. They're supporting you. They could give you a super chat and said they buy your comics. Simple as that. Here's Brendan Lucas. Wow, thank you for 10 pounds. I've always found the Rippaverse fascinating, as I have zero desire to read a single comic from this world. A real creative could have taken his YouTube life as inspiration, even the drama around him. Oh, you mean the Rippaverse? I thought you literally meant Rippaverse. A rip-off-verse, as in Andy. Yeah, like nothing that he's doing is actually interesting to anyone who is a creative person in Hollywood. Ask this guy.
You let your tiger out. So, the territory. Many gets it. You let your tiger out.
What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I saw the link. I was like talking about Eric. I'll pop in for a little bit.
Thank you, Shane. I tried to, by the way, apologies. I was on Ballers last night. I gave you my last bit of energy. I did YouTube for 20 hours yesterday. I was on YouTube drawing. I tried to keep the draw streams going as long as I could. And then I showed up on Ballers and I had zero energy for like anything that you guys were doing. And then I fell asleep. And I'm so glad my camera was off, because I was like into the microphone, and I'm sure you could. And I just gotta go. I just gotta go, and I just disappeared. Yeah. So I apologize to you guys. I've never treated you with such disrespect.
I saw you on Trashcast. I was like, Ethan seems really tired.
I've been working like. Listen, my current draw streams are doing very, very well, to the point where I don't really need to do Trashcast anymore. Like when it comes to making money on YouTube, it's like the draw streams are doing way better than Trashcast. So, and that's, by the way, yeah, thanks. Got 22 super chats sitting here, Shane, so far. How long have I been? Okay. I have been live streaming about Eric for an hour and a half. I have 22 super chats, and this is the first yellow super chat that I've gotten, Shane. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep doing draw streams. And then I got Baldo users saying, why don't you just let it go? Hey, did you see that Eric July is going to publish 100 comics this year?
Yeah. I mean, but he said between Rippasend and his thing, I mean, I think the idea is he probably still has like a lot of Dungeoneers queued up, right? Like, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because want to say like somebody like PTP even hinted at another publisher doing Johnny Phantasm.
That's
So
what PTP would be another one that would be involved. All right, watch this, Shane. Watch this video compilation.
And one of the things that I've had to humble myself is on the digital reading thing. Obviously, the physical nature is what we all grew up on, but I'm not stupid. Japan manga, 70% of their sales were digital. 70%. Yes, we'll never move away from the physical model, but I'm also self-aware enough that my personal preference does not represent the market at large. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to take this
I like my chat. He keeps making shit up. And I just highlight that. He's not making shit up. He's sitting here putting things together. Now, things aren't going well for Rippaverse. They're just not going well.
Yeah, no, they're going bad. So about the digital, Yancey's been talking to me a bit, and I don't keep up with digital. I think digital leads straight to piracy, and will cost you money. And Eric used to believe that. Now Eric is saying something different. I understand what he's doing, and it's not good.
All right, wait, let me finish playing this video just so you can see.
Data, and I want you to keep buying this. We're only doing this for 2 weeks. It's not one of those like in-app purchases. We considered that, but I didn't want to open out the gate with that. There probably will be in the future, that will be the approach if we definitely for like semi-newer releases, if we wanted to do like digital comics, the first 10 that we released are early titles. And it does appear that, look, this is a great move for us. Rippaverse couldn't possibly compete with them as far as the print costs are concerned.
Do you remember when he said that?
Yeah.
So this has all been like all of this stuff is connected. This is all connected. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save money wherever he can. So shipping is very expensive. It's where all the money is. If you've already got the content and you can get people to just accept a PDF of it, then for like half the money, then why wouldn't you just do that? Problem is nobody wants that.
Yeah, the American comic book industry has been chasing that idea, you know, and snapping at it, and they haven't ever been able to make it work. I mean, digital comics kicked off what year? Like 2014, earlier? No,
it seems like it was earlier than that.
It was like earlier than that, like, right? Like, so it's never worked. Everybody's always chased this idea, and technically you could cut the cost of comics down, you know, and sell it for less, and ideally you'll sell more books, except they become pirated. Now, Eric is, I understand what he's doing. I'm going to have to play a video though. Okay. So let me play this. I got the audio shared. All right.
I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of Rippaverse Publishing. And after nearly 25% of you grabbed the How to Build a Creative Business book digitally, we knew it was finally time to really test this market. So we're officially launching Rippaverse Digital. We have 10 comic book titles available right now as DRM-free PDFs. So they're
okay, DRM-free PDFs, right? That's the key thing. I'm going to bring that up. I don't think me or you really buy digital comics, or we don't pay attention to them that much. So Eric is basically, pull this up, a DRM free digital rights management. It basically means that if I bought that book, or if anybody buys that book, that they're able to share it with everybody in their inbox, with everybody in their Rolodex, their mom, whoever. They could just dump this thing. They can spam that shit to anybody, because they can email it. It's just, they own it. You know, people are going to get it free. One guy buys it and then he just emails it to all his buddies. The reason he's doing this is because you've seen all the ads he's been doing, right? Like the Facebook ads, the Instagram ads, all of that stuff. Yeah. So he's not wanting to do that. He just wants to throw this shit out to be pirated, thinking it's going to cause somebody to buy a physical copy. Now, he can't just dump it on the internet because then it's going to piss off everybody that paid for the book. Therefore, he's selling it digitally. But in the end, the guy that bought it is able to email it to everybody.
Oh, I see. So he thinks he's going to be like Johnny Appleseed, spreading the seeds of Rippaverse through parasites.
Basically, yeah. And there's this idea, and that's what he's saying, is that manga gets pirated and it doesn't matter, right? That's what he's saying. In Japan, they have piracy and they make tons of money. Not always true. Like Viz Media put this out, basically saying profits from unauthorized pirated editions never reach the creators to keep enjoying our favorite heroes and heroines for years to come. Please choose the official editions, never pirate ones. So the idea that pirating's good for publishing is not necessarily true. It's rarely true. Now, if it's a good product and it's out there for free and you pirate it like a book, like of quality, you might go, I want a nice edition of this on my bookshelf, but that's not every book, but that's what he's acting like. Piracy doesn't really matter. Guys, go buy this Rippaverse DRM free, digital rights management. And he's basically trying to like fish for new customers by making this shit free. But he can't just make it free because he charged people for it, his own fan base. So the digital is covered. Do you understand? He could have sold these books where you can't pump the shit out. You can't email it to all your friends and family, but he's choosing to do that and he's bragging about it. And that's part of his sales pitch.
So what do you think about the 100 books that he's publishing this year?
That's why he's throwing this shit out. It's because he's maybe he is going to do that, and he's got to go find a bunch of new readers. This is and his returns on all the Instagram ads. He probably has TikTok ad. I don't follow him on Instagram. I get ads for him on Instagram, Facebook ads, Twitter ads. This is cheaper. He's actually selling it. I think he's dumping this stuff out there in digital, thinking that maybe it'll bring some new customers. I don't know. But there's no way that these files won't end up online for free. Because of the way. Yeah. So why did he do it that way? And he's
Shane
already
is overthinking this, says Doug. No, he's not. Shane's 100% right. Eric is discussing all this stuff in private with people. The fact that he brings up DRM free content, means that's a. He didn't do that on accident. He talked about that on purpose. That's interesting. So yeah, he wants people to share it. He wants to. That's probably why he's dressed like a pirate. That's probably the real reason he's dressed like a pirate right now. Yeah, it's because of Pirate's Daughter or whatever. Daughter's Revenge. Yeah. No.
It's like, get ready to pirate my book. And he's already got some of his customers in some of these comments saying, I bought the physical book. Do I get the digital for free? So he's already hitting like a backlash on like people who have bought the physical book and feel like they're owed a digital copy. So he can't just give these digital copies out. That's the problem, with it. I don't know. It makes sense now that he's saying like, hey, but digital, he could get rid of half of his employees. He probably thinks if he gets rid of physical media that people will keep all that shipping money, that they'll just buy more Rippaverse stuff, right? They ain't got to pay for postage anymore. That money's going to go back to,
he has to get rid of like his staff. He has to. He's got too many people working for him. So he does have to do that. Vasilis, I'm sending you the link. I'd like to get Vasilis in here. I feel like Vasilis is good on Trashcast. So I'm sending him the link to come in here if he wants to. I know he's probably busy.
Reading the chat. They're saying the DRM thing because it's a hot topic for gamers. Probably. Yeah, there's probably a lot of utility to it, but he's always feared digital for piracy, and then now he's doing the one form of digital that will lead to piracy. Like, it just absolutely will. You're just handing out the files to people.
Clearly, that's what he's looking for. The idea that, again, Shane, I keep watching this and I'm just like eating popcorn because I'm like, it doesn't matter. People are like, he's going to get a Hollywood deal. He's going to get this. He's going to get that. He's trying to. I'm like, the books are no good. The characters are no good. It doesn't matter. You can try to sell this any way that you want to. It's not going to work because there are better comic books out there. Eric's comic books are barely literate. The characters are despicable. It's like the stories are stupid. They end poorly. Clearly, there just are some like disorganized brains working behind the scenes on these stories. It's not good. I mean, the stuff's not good. So you can let anybody read it. You can put it out there. The more people that read it, the fewer people are going to buy it. The fewer customers that you're going to have. He was in an ideal position early on when nobody was reading the books. They were just collecting them. That's ideal for him.
Yeah.
Just get people to buy him and put him in a bag, Hammerhand says, TMM says, did you see the goofy video he made about Hitler and the NSDAP not being socialist? It was hilarious, Cope. I did not see that. Listen, he's got a real thing about Hitler right now. An idea for a comic: a popular YouTuber is secretly a superhero having to fight bad guys and deal with online drama, says Cars in Dimension. Wow, that sounds great. Today was my 50th birthday and feels like it, says Comic Books and Cahoots. Happy birthday to you. Once you flip to 50, I'm telling you.
Yeah, 50's the new 20. Yeah.
Johnny Be Good CG says the big NDA thing EJ was bragging about blew up in his face. I'm not sure I've ever seen him this angry. Could have been the straw. Ooh, that's right. Could have been the straw that broke the silverback. So he's angry in this video. Maybe it's because, as he's saying, like, I don't know what it takes to get into this business. Shane, your stuff is already on pirate sites. I like digital and would also like to give you money and support you.
Yeah, it's a little bit, it's all going to end there, but basically if people take photos, they upload it, whatever, or if it's already a digital file, they're just taking screenshots and re-uploading it. I mean, but to package it as like, hey, you can download this comic and now email to anybody you want, or direct message this link to anybody or whatever. I don't know. I mean, he's making it very easy to pirate. Pirating comics is like, I don't know. Marvel and DC have never been able to get it under control. A lot of people, I think they just quit trying at this point. I think they give up. It's happening.
Yeah, like my thing is, I didn't pay for these comics. You guys did. So I don't care if Cyberfrog. Like, I have no reason to be like, oh no, they put Cyber. In fact, Cyberfrog being on these pirate sites to me is great because I got people who hate me who like pretend that Cyberfrog sucks, and I could just say, go read it right now. Here's the link. Go read it for free. Go read it for free. And there you go. Like I firmly believe if you read Cyberfrog, you're going to become a fan. So I'm not at all worried about that. The barrier to entry being $25 at least is what allows people to just go around and say, Cyberfrog isn't good. If you read it, you're going to know it's good and you're going to want to pay for it. And that I've seen that actually happen quite a few times.
But that happens with good comics, not bad comics.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm perfectly okay with it. Like, if I were like, look, I like, these are crowdfunded comics. They've been paid for already. They've been paid for. So, if somebody puts them on a website like that, it's, it's okay. Read them if you want to, and then participate in the next crowdfund. So Lola says, I am great on Trashcast. I am also sleepwatching. All right. Nighty night. Vartan Papazian. Pirating suggests people want to read it. This is more stuffing flyers under yes. Stuffing flyers under windshield wipers. Perfect way to put that. That's brilliant. Yeah, it's like nobody wants this stuff. Elliot Rodriguez Art says there's no way to stop piracy. If someone wants to pirate your work, they can and they will. So you might as well just accept that. All right, let's watch Eric Spurg out more about this. I think we're really figuring out what's going on here with him. It's fascinating. But yes, something fell through, man. Something fell through.
getting in. Maybe there's some crossover material there. Maybe there's ways that can be some cross pollination there. They don't look at it like that. They look at it like completely economically illiterate. It's our pie. They own it, and I'm the big bad baddie that's not supposed to be here. It's fucking stupid.
Wow. He's talking about us. Like, you would look at this and you would go, he's talking about Comicsgate and like the indie space here. No, he's talking about the mainstream, dude. I'm the big bad baddie that's not supposed to be here and it's fucking stupid. I would say is fucking stupid, not it.
Right. Yeah, I'm missing a big piece of information here. Like, what set him off?
So this video is him talking about digital and how he's going to switch to digital. But it's also, he's talking around something about how catty the comic book industry is and how, because of his politics and the color of his skin, he believes, he is being gatekept from something in comics. He sees it as like, something that, like an exclusive club that elitists belong to, and nobody will look at his success it is in the business and just go, listen, it would be economically advantageous of us to allow you to enter and be a part of the real comic book industry. Something happened here. We don't know what. He was gatekept from something. Somebody kept him out because of his politics, he says. I'm a black man. But I made money, it is. Let me in, says the Wazoo. 100% that is his attitude. So he's spurging out here. Somebody told me this was Eric, like, chimping out at his best. So I'm very excited about this. He's not telling us what happened, though, yet.
It's stupid. I'm not one of those working overdrive like that, especially with these independent creators. You don't see me going to do that shit. I'm not going after their work like that. I refuse. Especially as I had to, become a better professional. I don't even talk about Marvel and DC anymore.
He's so mad.
I don't even do that. And these are people that I've been long time customers of. I don't even do that anymore.
Wow, that's so great, Eric.
Because it's unprofessional. Quite frankly, I'm like, well, look, I'm not in that space anymore. It's not what I do, so I don't do it.
You are in that space right now, Eric. You're in the YouTube space. You're the reason why you were selling books is because you were comparing yourself and your ethics and morals and your ideas to Marvel and DC's and claiming that theirs were lacking. The fact that you don't do that anymore because you're a better professional is missing the point. You are not a professional. You are not a professional. You are an activist. You're an activist YouTube spurg who was able to sell comic books to his audience because of the things that you were saying about Marvel and DC.
Dude, I'm that's gotta be rough. I'm just thinking. So this guy, he's not included in. Like they said, nah, you're not allowed. He's over here. He's like in his head. He's like, I made millions and millions. I'm a better professional. I got a McFarlane figure. He's just got like this resume in his head. He's like, but I got all these qualifiers, and I'm black. It's just pissing him off. I'm like. I'm thinking. I really am. I can't imagine what he's been excluded from, though.
I don't know, but like he's interesting in the sense that, like, again, he resents creativity. So, like, the way to get into the comic book industry, and nobody will keep you out if you are creative. Nobody knows who Eric is. Okay, they really don't know. If you produce, Darwin Cook got in. And nobody really knew who Darwin Cook was. I was there when this happened. I remember Darwin Cook did a book called Batman Ego, and he did the whole thing. Nobody hired him to do it. He did this entire story, wrote it, penciled it, and inked it all by himself. Batman Ego, gave it to DC. He said, by the way, I'm one of these animators over here at Warner Brothers. I want to work for you. And I remember when that thing was circulating around the office, I was sitting in Joey Cavalieri's office when that thing was being passed around. And I got to see some of the pages, and I was like, holy shit, this is really sharp. Yeah, man, sometimes you meet somebody. They said sometimes you meet a creator who's already fully formed. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're going to publish this. Darwin Cook, even his name sounds cool. So he became a big star. That was like 2000-ish that happened.
Yeah.
Eric July is trying. See, that's how people get into comics, through creativity. Nobody can deny you when you do something is killing the children. Nobody can deny you when you do The Walking Dead. Nobody can deny you. You can come in from any angle with something brilliant, and you're going to be, if it's that good, you're going to be feted. You're going to be treated real well. You're going to be given respect. Eric tried to business his way in the back door. His comics stink. His idea was, I'm going to business my way in. They're going to respect my business strategies, and I'm going to be welcomed into the comic book industry because of my ideas about comic book business. And look at how they worked for me. I made $14 million. They don't care, Eric. $14 million is nothing to these people. It is nothing. You understand? You didn't do anything impressive to them. They look at you quite rightly and say it's a YouTuber who scammed his audience. And the comic books, are they any good? Nope.
They don't even have to crack those books open. I mean, his attrition, his sales chart, right? Like it kind of is a disqualifier for anything if he's looking for that. Like it, I mean, yeah, you did it once, but then you lost your audience. I don't even have to read his books to know they don't work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Hollywood, anybody, like that sales chart really stings. Like, and he did that. We didn't do that. He did that. He did that with the books he puts out, the misprints, the lack of character development, plot, protagonists you care about, believable characters, any of that. Like he did that. Nobody else did that to him. And he's going to play victim. I always knew he would play victim at the end.
That's what he's doing. Like like I should have been. And by the way, like this is going to, when he collapses, there will be a whole lot of this. Like I should have been, but they kept me out because for this reason and that reason. But I'm telling you right now, the only reason is if Eric's books were good, then he'd be in already, dude. He would be in. They would be passed around. Like, did you see this black guy who is on YouTube, his comics? Holy shit.
Yeah.
He'd have Diamond, he'd have Lunar, he'd have Penguin. They'd all be like, we'd like to distribute your comics. It already would have happened.
Yeah.
It already would have happened. Now, Eric could go to them hat in hand and say, I would like you guys to distribute my comics and put them on shelves. But he also doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want his comic books to have to compete in the mainstream because, then he's going to have to lower his prices significantly. That's the first thing. And the second thing is he's not altogether sure how ISOM is going to perform when it sits on a shelf next to Spider-Man.
I got a question. Do you think it's possible? Because I haven't watched all of this, so I'm just throwing this out. There might be something I haven't seen, but do you think it's possible he was talking to somebody at Marvel and DC about doing a project like freelance and it fell apart?
Anything's a possibility. We don't know, but he had something like that going on. Yeah,
because that's a strategy for his whole publishing line. If he could get like a mainstream gig, like you go, why would Eric do that? Well, he would do it to try to pull DC fans onto his creator-owned venture. It happens all the time. A lot of guys come up from Image and they still do Image stuff, but they go work at Marvel and DC to try to get some of their fans to become his comic book fans. So that would be weird. But then it makes sense also. Why is he going to these cons and setting up like he is?
Let's see what the chat says. Yeah, like him going to cons is really him trying to sort of, osmosis his way in. But he's invisible there. Yeah, people agree with you, Shane. People think, because if Eric July was like, hey, I'm Eric July and I'm writing Power Man and Iron Fist for Marvel. It's a freelance gig. I gotta admit, like that would lend him a lot of legitimacy.
Yeah.
It would a lot of perceived legitimacy. Like
and Marvel and DC for the last years have been headhunting. That's a horrible. Let me finish that. Headhunting creators of diversity. So he's already kind of got like a boon in a way to get that job. Yeah. And somebody still is like, nah, your politics and whatever, And it doesn't even matter what his politics are. It's like, well, who do you hang out with? Do you think Marvel and DC like Friday Night Tights? Like it doesn't.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that's what happened. He got talking to somebody at one of these cons. He thought it would turn into something else. He'd get his legitimacy, maybe pick up some fans, get some real credentials. And I mean, when his numbers are down that low, it's like, well, let me go go back to the watering hole, so to speak, and hope to pull some of those people back onto my books. I don't know. Because I can't figure out what the hell besides that. There's no real big distributor right now, unless he was trying to get in with Penguin and Random House. And
I really like your idea. I really like what you're suggesting here. I don't know if it's true, but I mean, Eric did say I got a bunch of NDA shit. So it's like, well, what in the world could it possibly be? The idea that he was speaking to an editor over there. And then finally they said no because of, I mean, look, Eric, it wouldn't be anybody's fault but Eric's. I mean, Eric, how they are. Shane, like the fact that we have done we're never going back because, they will just go over our YouTube stuff and just be like, you're calling people faggots, you're talking about the N-word and all this stuff. You're not going back. Eric is worse. Like Eric is worse. Like there's no possible way they could go through any of his stuff and it's just like gay. This is gay. All of his thumbnails that hate on gay people. He's done, man. They're all gay over there. You have to, Tom Taylor mincing around wearing like a rainbow Superman flag shirt.
Yeah.
Like you have to if you're going to work in the mainstream, you have to be cool like that with the gays. You have to be.
And any other new trend. You have to hate ICE. You have to,
you
anything
that's
ICE around the corner. You have to be very, you have to be able to reform into whatever they want you to be later on down the road. But I think there's this tracks because he goes, I don't even talk about Marvel and DC anymore. It's like, why'd you say that?
What is that about? What do you mean? Because I'm more professional now. Yeah, it does. People are gonna. They don't care. They reached back 7 years to find stuff to strangle me with. They don't care how you're behaving now. There's no repentance. There's no penance. Your boy Zach was trying for penance. Remember, he gave those trannies 10 grand. I still can't get over that. Like I bet he wants that back now.
Yeah.
How do you give a tranny charity 10 grand?
Did that get him something? Like what did he get in return?
Nothing at all. They hate him even worse for it. They don't care. It's like, I mean, I still think about it. $10,000. This is when we were making hundreds of thousands all the time. It was no big deal.
Yeah.
But it's just like you donated $10,000 to the enemy, to help kids get castrated. Like that's real cool, Zach. Like, how sorry were you exactly for calling Mags a man in a Party City wig that you felt the need to do that kind of contrition? Like that's retarded, dude. Retarded. So, hold on a second. Did they return it? Didn't they return it? Says Tara Wombat. I don't know if they did or didn't. I think they kept it. I hope they returned it. Yeah, I love this idea that he got real close. He got real close to the mainstream here, and they told him no.
And you know this, and you've seen this, but like a writer, especially a writer, can really be working on a pitch for Marvel and DC. I don't know, 6 months possibly, and it never turned into anything.
Yeah,
they're just
all the time.
Yeah, I mean that's how the comic industry works for writers. It sucks. That's why I never tried writing more at DC because the few gigs I wrote, I was like, this is a lot of work just to go through hoops and stop and go. And it's like, and I'm not even getting paid.
No, the only way to work at Marvel or DC is to accept assignments that they created. Yeah. Like, I mean, I could have, like, Day of the Composites is like my Smile, Brian Wilson's Smile. Like, classic, like, uncompleted genius idea that just never saw print. I got 50 pages into that, and Gail stopped writing it, and it just never came out. But it's like, that was my idea. And I told, Dan DiDio at a party, I said, listen, when I get home, I said, I have an idea. I want to do this. I want DC to say yes. This was right after Sinestro Corps War when I could have had anything I wanted. I said, I'm taking Composite Superman and I'm going to make him a supervillain franchise. And he laughed. Dan DiDio laughed at me because Composite Superman was such a loser character. I said, no. I got it. I got the idea already. He said, yes, do it. Yes. So like an idiot, because Jeff was too busy. No, what it was Jeff said, I'm writing. He's like, it's too close. It's too similar to Black Lanterns. I can't. Another zombie book. I can't do it. He's like, so he told me no. And then Gail Simone was like, I'll do it. And I was like, I didn't know Gail was like a moonbat. Like she was just a popular writer that everybody liked. Damn it, fuck that.
I never understood that. I'll be honest. I never understood that about her. Like, I mean, I never read anything of hers that backed up like her clout, I guess, at DC Comics. I don't know.
Huge in terms of clout. Like she had 150,000 followers on Twitter, when Twitter was new. And it was just like, she is popular. How do I get some of that in terms of sales and readers? I'll work with Gail because she had more popularity than it seemed than anybody, but it was because 2007, 2008, I didn't know this. I didn't understand social justice warriors. I didn't know any of that shit.
Yeah.
So I was just like, popular writer. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get and Jeff even told me, he said, Jeff actually warned me about Gail and I didn't listen to him. Because Jeff warned me about Marvel too. And I was just like, it was like, okay, yeah, but you just didn't want me to go to Marvel because it would have embarrassed DC. So I didn't know if I could trust him about Gail. I should have trusted him about Gail. But holy shit. Yeah. So anyway, the point is, when you do your own projects and you're trying to get something done, Shane's right. It usually kind of 50% of the time it won't come out. But if you just sit there and go, you want to write Metal Men for me, Dan? Do you? Okay, I'll draw it. Then that's gonna come out.
Yeah. I ain't out there pitching that. Dan's pitching me on it.
Yeah, Dan would come to me all the time. I was Dan's golden boy. He'd be like, "Can you make Convergence work?" And I'm like, "What is this?" And he's like, "I need you to draw Convergence 0." I'm like, "Okay." Then I'm reading it. I'm like, "What is this? What is this? We need you to do Final Justice or something like that. Zero Night, whatever the fuck, all this garbage that they were coming up with." And I was just like, okay, I'll do it. Sure. But yeah, it was all, just when you accept projects rather than try to invent them.
So I could see the world or the situation where, I'm not saying this happened, but possibly Eric was talking to somebody he's met at one of these cons. And he thought, they were taking him serious because of business. And he's got his McFarlane toy. He's got his, I made X amount on ISOM #1. He's got all that shit. He's got his booth and all of this. And the editor probably humored him a bit. And then it just, no.
Because you discovered who he was. But if you just look at Eric, let's just say that you're Mike Martz or somebody like that. And you just look at Eric July, you're just like, this could be the next, Kwanzaa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know who Kwanzaa is?
I fought with Kwanzaa. I know who Kwanzaa is.
This could be the next Kwanzaa. We want to maybe we want to get in business with this black, politically minded, but we don't know his politics, writer who's really popular on YouTube. Yeah, maybe, and then you find out a little more about Eric, and you're like, "Fuck this," But I'm sure, if you just look at him from a distance, and you're an editor of Marvel or DC, you're like, "Yeah, we're interested in finding out more about this guy."
Well, not so much look at him from a distance, but look at him on the surface.
That's what I mean. Yeah. The same thing. I just mean not close to him. We don't have information. We're just looking at the color of his skin. We're looking at how he's hip, you know what I mean, in his way. We're looking at how he's really popular on YouTube, seemingly. It just seems like, it seems like a layup. The only one who could get in your own way is you, at that point. You're just, and then you'd find out later that he had no talent, but Kwanzaa doesn't have any talent either. So You know, none of these guys like Vita Ayala. You think Vita Ayala has any talent? These black people that they bring in just for the color of their skin, and they put them to work on big books. None of them have any talent. So I wouldn't even see Eric being excluded on the basis of that. I would see him being rejected from Hollywood for his lack of talent because their stories really do matter. But in comics, like, no, the only thing that would exclude Eric is his own crapatitude. Crapatitude is crap attitude. Crapatitude. His politics, the fact that he uses slurs. You cannot be anti-gay in mainstream comics. You gotta just, if you are, you gotta keep it to yourself.
He's been on YouTube way too long to not have said something that aged out politically. It's just there at some point there's a clip of him saying something that doesn't pass the sniff test today.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I mean, the more you talk, the more crapatitude. By the way, I'm putting that in the chat. The more you talk on YouTube, the more likely it is that you're going to say something that will exclude you from the mainstream.
Yeah. Somebody said super chats. I don't know if there's something.
Oh, let me see. Oh, now we're getting super chats. I see. Abacus Flinch. What about McFarlane? He says. Thank you for a $10. Abacus Flinch is so good, man. Thank you. What about McFarlane? Maybe McFarlane gave EJ that toy deal to prove out to write a comic for him, and when EJ didn't deliver the audience, McFarlane caught bait. No, it wouldn't be Todd. Would it? Would it be Todd McFarlane?
No, I mean, Todd doesn't have a lot of, I don't know. He has his Spawn books, but I mean, Todd, I know this is going to sound weird, but Todd's never really been Mr. I'm out for diversity. Todd actually, he's a little bit more based. You know, when DC says, hey, we need this female girl character put in this line, he's like, I can't sell that. Like, that's Todd's attitude. You know, I can't sell like a black Batgirl. I can't sell that figure, you know. Like I don't know.
Spawn is black. Let's just remember that, like, Todd was one of the first ones to go, hey, there aren't enough black characters in comics, so I decided to make my guy black. And then like the first 10 issues are him like, oh no, I can turn human again, but I'm a white man with blonde hair, blue eyes. Oh shit. Like that's like that's like, and that was supposed to be like, oh no, not a blonde haired, blue eyed white man. That's fucking terrible. That's the worst. Like, you kidding me? That's great. That would be great if he could do that.
I just don't think he's going out there hiring creators based off their skin colors.
Well, the other thing is, like if Todd McFarlane found out that EJ called people a retard, he wouldn't care. Like, it wouldn't be like, well, I can't hire you now. He just wouldn't care. So it had to be Marvel, DC, Image. It would have to be one of the big ones. Okay, let me see what else we got here. Elliot Rodriguez says, I'm moving differently now. Come on, Marvel, EJ. Here's Brendan Lucas. Marvel DC didn't even perceive manga as an actual thing until very recently. They're probably completely unaware of Eric. He has nothing to offer them. They're dimly aware of him, I would think. Which is why they would have maybe possibly talked to him. Because, you can come to them and say, look, here I am, fully formed, a comic book creator who has my own business, who independently out of Dallas, Texas, raised $14 million on my comics. And he would definitely talk up the money. And he'd say, I have a lot of ideas. And then, like, they would be interested. They would talk to him.
Well, Marvel's been known to, like, say hire a wrestler, and I'm not a big wrestler fan, so I can't name these guys off the top of my head, but I remember, like, Marvel did hire the guy from Run DMC to do a book. They hired a wrestler one time, and they're always like these 4-issue miniseries that they're not that invested in, and it's usually a character they need to roll out. It's never a great character, but they Marvel more than DC has done that. It is a thing to reach outside into another thing, pull a guy in, and it's a little PR stunt. And they've been doing stuff actually we covered it a couple of years ago that DC was actually trying to do some stuff with some YouTubers at one point in time, like a cross comic, like a crossover comic with them. These were huge guys.
Oh, I
not
remember that. I remember that.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, these things have happened.
It was like
It is a
Mr. Beast. It was like huge YouTubers, you know.
YouTubers. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, there's nothing to
Yeah,
offer
and
them.
Abrams' kid. Yeah, that's another one. Wilberforce, Rooster, the director, J.J. Abrams' kid, wrote a Spider-Man book. So
Remember
they
that.
do this. If they couldn't get Abrams, they got his son. As stupid as that is, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Shane, talk to them for 1 second. I'm going to get my back scratcher.
Yeah. And there's probably a ton of these things I'm not remembering right now. I mean, maybe some musicians too. I feel like that's been a thing at Marvel and DC. I know they were after Stephen King for a long time, but yeah, it wasn't even J.J. Abrams' book though. It was like his son wrote the Spider-Man book. They're like, what the fuck, bro? I don't know. Celebrity writers. It is celebrity writers, but if they think that they have some fans that they can advertise to, even if it's I don't know, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, like it's mutually beneficial to both to do these cross, I don't know, projects, whatever you want to call them. I don't know. They're always like shitty 4-issue miniseries. That's all I remember.
Well, they gotta weigh it against the controversy that's going to come from it, you know, with the celebrities and even with somebody like Eric July, like, you know, we just don't want to be involved in whatever it is that you're involved in, the controversy that comes with you. Whereas the controversy that came with somebody like Kwanzaa would be something that they would want to get into. He's fighting like racism. So yeah, if the KKK comes after Kwanzaa, we're on his side. We're on because the only people who'd be critical of Kwanzaa are the Ku Klux Klan. So fuck them. Like, we stand against the Klan. It's backwards. It is. Eric's right. Like, it's not fair, but it is the way that it is. He would have to come out of the closet to get a gig at the Big Two. He's got nothing to offer, says Elliot Rodriguez. EVS and Shane love that business in the back door, says Eros World. That's not what we said. Brendan Lucas says, didn't mainstream comic book artists and writers notice you when you did well on Indiegogo? Or was that just because their attempt to cancel you failed? They already know who I am. All the big mainstream comic book artists and writers know me. I am one. I am a big comic book artist from the mainstream. So they already know who I am. I think what they wanted to do was, get rid of me, and they were disappointed that I did well on Indiegogo. Some of them.
Yeah, I had a night letter from Rich Johnson, and I basically tried changing the subject in there just to throw him off. So I was like, "Hey, Rich, let me ask you a question. Like, why don't you ever write about Inglorious Rex?" He's like, "Well, what do you mean?" He played stupid. I'm like, "It's my book, and it raised $300,000." He's like, "Yeah, I just don't think it's worth an article. Like, I don't think that's a lot of money that there would be an article written about it." And then, like, the next week, he's writing about a Kickstarter that's raising like $15,000. You know,
right?
Like,
yeah.
there is an effort to never talk about Indiegogos, period. And people forget this. And I was thinking about the other day. Remember when Sean Gordon Murphy did his book, Plot Holes, and they gave him shit for going to Indiegogo?
Remember that?
Yeah, they were
That's
like,
the
"Don't
Nazi
you know
platform.
Indiegogo is where all the right are? You know, you need to go to Kickstarter." And he's like, "No, Indiegogo, I like the in demand." He liked the features on Indiegogo rather than Kickstarter, and they gave him shit. And in the end, he ended up having to donate money to Black Lives Matter. Remember that?
So stupid. Fan art exhibit. EVS, Eric's latest video about fantasy author Brandon Sanderson's deal with Apple TV may give you the answer about why he's like this. Worth a watch. I'll do it tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow is tonight is Sunday night. I'll do it tonight. Grim Jim 666. Did Eric think the Big Two would work with him? JD Kirby says Hollywood wasn't interested in the ISOM screenplay. Vissels Lola says he's going Cope digital. Show them your greatness, Eric. Bacillus is hilarious. All right, hold on a second. Let me just see if there's anything new. Oh, there is. Look at this. Johnny Muntz, $20. Thank you. I just remembered that February is Black History Month. My birthday's tomorrow. Oh, shit, it is. We're going into Black History Month. Should be funny with Trump. My birthday is tomorrow, turning 26, but maybe it's that he was tapped for a black anthology.
Oh, man. You know they do those.
Yeah, but it would have been done a long time ago.
Yeah.
In order to come out in February, like he would have already contributed it. He's acting like he just found out some bad news. It had to be something that could say the Rippaverse. Going digital, 100 comics a year seemed like pulling the Rippacord, says Johnny B. Good. All right, let's see more of this. Oh, geez, Eric. Wake up. Okay.
It's an unfortunate situation.
Did he have a stroke?
But it's one of those things that you have to deal with it. It's a reality, and if you don't, then you're gonna be
what?
You're gonna tap out. That's the bottom line. I've seen it. I've seen people say, I don't want to deal with this shit, and I get it. I'm actually trying to I'm actually trying to be more of a gap bridger because I don't want that. I don't want that hostility.
Bridge gapper or gap bridge?
I'd much rather meet face to face. Let's confront each other. If you got problems, right? Not on some public shit. Like, okay, cool, but let's get it hashed out so everybody can move on. Maybe there's a misunderstanding because most people that look, I don't have those problems in person. I don't have those issues. Like everybody that comes to me, it's all love.
It's all love and that.
You know, once you talk to me, you realize, well, shit. Oh, I was hearing from the, third parties that he was the worst guy ever. And then, no, I'm not. A lot of guys out there worse than me. A lot of guys lined up with you that are far fucking worse than I am. They're grimy people. They're actually.
Is he talking about me now? When he's like, there are people lined up with you that are grimier people, or is he talking about comics, like mainstream comics? It's hard to say. Yeah, Eric, I would have talked to you face to face more or less on the Alex Stein show, and you tapped out of that. Like you ran away from that. We could have had whatever problems that we had together worked out right there on that show if you were a good enough diplomat. But
wasn't Riley trying to talk to him and work things out? Like, at that meetup,
Yeah, Riley did. Yeah, no, got him arrested. Like, who in the world would want to talk to Eric face to face? But Eric's like, no, whatever you heard about me, it's the same thing with the Christian ministry. It's like, yeah, they didn't want to be associated with you because of the things that you actually said. If you heard some things about me, they're all lies. You could come here and talk to me about it, and I will do some slimy voodoo on you that's going to make it seem like it didn't happen. But all anybody has to do is look at his videos. All you have to do, and Marvel and DC would do this 100%. And if they didn't do it, somebody else would. Somebody like Eric the Bunks would do. Eric the Bunks wouldn't do this, but he should do it. Where you just go to Eric. Let me see LGBTQ. Let's see what happens here. All right. Just go to Eric's thing, and I just looked up LGBTQ, which is nice. And this is like, look at this, all this like fucking like gay shit. Like, we hate the gays. How gay will it be? Says Eric. Gay on gay crime. Marvel leads no box checked for gay pandering. This is filthy. Grocery shopping goes full gay. Tokenism, legacy characters are gay. Gay. Like, this is enough, man. This is all you need. And it goes on and on and on and on. Everything's gay. Like, Eric is very interested in homosexuals. Very interested in them. Unusually so. It goes on and on and on and on. All Eric the Bunks would have to do is say, this guy, not Eric specifically, but anybody else would just have to go, hey, do you realize who you're hiring over here? You realize this guy is one of the biggest homophobes in the world. He's a activist who champions anti-gay causes with to an audience of 500,000 people. You understand who this guy is? You want to put him on your books? And I'm telling you, that's how cancel culture works. That is exactly what will happen to Eric, and it's not anybody else that's doing this to him. Nobody has to like convince anyone over in the mainstream that Eric is the type of person who they exclude. He has everything going for him. He's got his skin color. He's out there doing his business and all this stuff. It's just that his politics, man. And he said some shit that would come back and haunt him and exclude him. Hey, join the club. Join our club, Shane. Hey, we have a club where we wear.
Yeah, it's a special. Well, it's more of a clan.
Yeah, we would join our clan. All right, hold on a second. Let's get back to Eric.
They go after they participate in the cancellation tours. A lot of people out there. I'm not one of those. Never been one of those. I'm not one of those that's going to spend a lot all that time doing it and going to whisper networks trying to get rid of you. That's not how I work. I don't operate like that. That's just corny.
Right. Corny.
Even if I'm not a fan of your work, I don't do that.
Yeah. Do your friends do that for you?
Game that we're in. That's the game that we're playing. I can only do what I can do. I can only control what I control. And this is why I appreciate so many of you unapologetic Rippaverse fans. Those of you that are out there that are like, this is what I rock with, and I'm gonna rock with it. And you talk about it, you share it around, you build the fandom. I appreciate y'all so much because, like I said, you guys are the reason that we can keep going. You guys are the reason that the Rippaverse can keep going. We don't have now mainstream channel that is like reliable. There's a lot of opportunities that are coming for sure, but we don't have any like mainstream channel that's like reliable as far as us funneling our work through to ensure that it gets gets all the licensing deals and all this shit. We don't have that at our disposal like most of these other cats have. We don't got that. We just rocking with straight to direct to consumer, direct to audience, direct to customer, D2C. That's what we do.
Yeah, but what happens when that anymore?
And so we, as far as our day-to-day, we depend on the buy. We depend on you reaching in your pocket that you don't have to do to buy our stuff. That's how we operate. It's not no third party there that's paying us. We don't have that luxury. So I appreciate y'all so much, and that's why I say I appreciate you so much. One thing it's for certain here at the Rippaverse. I don't give a fuck, and it's gotten me in trouble with people that claim to. And I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people that claim to be on the quote unquote right that claim to be conservatives. That look ideologically and economically, you're not much different from a leftist. I think you're using that term maybe just to describe something that you maybe as more of on a contrarian.
Eric, shut up. Like the only way that you would consider yourself to be a conservative is economically, and you keep talking about that and really like leaning into it, like on the economic right. All of your social politics are the left, Eric. You're a leftist when it comes to social politics. You work with Satanists and lesbians and creeps. Yeah. And by the way, then you go out there and counter signal them with your YouTube channel. But when the rubber meets the road, man, you support the left. And then you have to create a term, the economic right, in order to include yourself. But you ain't one of us. You ain't on the right.
I don't even know what that means. Economic right. Like, so he's saying he's
fiscally conservative, but socially liberal, which is what people used to say to be able to work with liberals. Conservatives used to say that. They'd be like, I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal.
Sometimes I just feel like he's being ambiguous for the sell, right? Like, I don't know. No. I mean, it's like, what do you want me to be? Buy my shit. I don't know. I've never really understood where this guy comes from on anything, because he'll talk about the right, and I'm like, okay, you're for the right. No, I'm like, it's like, what? Then why are you talking about the right? And saying that the right isn't creative. I mean, like, it's not that the right isn't creative exactly. It's just we're usually gate-kept out of media. I mean,
I have theories about that though. My theory is that creative people know that they're creative when they're kids, and they're shuttled into the world of other creative people who mentor them. And those people, when you're a kid, you don't have politics. So you grow up around, if you're like one of the, just to use an example, I'm on the Mickey Mouse Club. You know what I mean? My name's Britney Spears. My name is Justin Timberlake. And I'm a kid who grew up in the Midwest with conservative parents, but suddenly I'm working for Disney as a child. And in between getting finger banged by old men who work at Disney, I'm getting a whole big earful of Obama shit, of anti-Trump shit, of this and that, and gay this and gay that, and trans kids this and trans kids that. You groom and raise liberals in the arts just by virtue of the fact that the liberals reinforce liberal politics within the arts. If I wanted to go work in Hollywood right now, or let's say I'm 16 years old, and I'm a good actor, and I end up with a couple of roles in Hollywood, and suddenly I'm hanging out with Hollywood. I don't have politics yet. I'm just 16 years old. I'm a kid. I'm naive. By the time I'm 22, you know what I mean? I got a nose ring on Black Lives Matter. I'm basically doing and saying what everybody around me is doing socially.
Yeah, because that's what you have to do to survive.
Well, not even that. I believe it because my friends taught me it. You know what I mean? Like the cool people that I'm around taught me this shit. So you don't go against them unless you've got a mind of your own. And in that world where you're just partying and stuff, like why have a mind of your own? Just fucking go with it, man. Whatever people pet you for is what you do, is what you say. So that's how I feel like that's how the arts are mostly liberal. It's not that people don't come out. People are born creative. You're born gifted, okay? You're not born a liberal. You're taught to be a liberal. So who's doing that? Who's teaching these people their radical left-wing politics? Has to come from somewhere. Because you could take a creative person who was born like a gifted painter, artist, musician, somebody who has parents who were also gifted. That stuff's hereditary a lot of times. And you could train them, you could teach them conservative politics. You could get them, hey, you're watching William F. Buckley firing line episodes your entire childhood. I'm trying to raise you to be a good conservative. And that's what would happen until they interacted with their peers, their creative peers, who would bang them back into liberalism again. So Warped Lens says Rippaverse is a piece of shit that owes me a puppet. Yeah. But that's what I think happens. You sound like your boy Zach, says Mikey Getz. Thanks, I guess. I think I'm making sense. And then people are blaming the Jews. They're saying the Jews do this.
Yeah.
Faggotry says best DVS take in years. But it's just the truth. Like, it's all grooming. All of this is just grooming. So, here, if you have a kid who's got talent and you raise him right and protect him from certain individuals, certain groups of people, certain tribes, then perhaps he would be raised conservative. He would grow into his own values. And by the time his brain is fully formed in his skull, he would have conservative points of view. But it just doesn't make sense. That's not how human beings actually operate. All right.
Thing, but you going item to item, you seem to be a leftist, if I'm being completely honest. But neither here nor there. What you can guarantee is with this Rippaverse fandom is that all of that shit can be left at the door, and this could still be a pleasant experience for you. This can be a pleasant experience. This can be something that you can enjoy. This can be something that you get a lot out of. Guarantee. You can join our fandom and ain't nobody gonna hold it against you, because that's not what this shit is about. And this is what the point I was trying to make. There's people that get mad at me because I didn't will the Rippaverse to be this like anti, right? If you ought to listen,
how do you feel now, you idiot?
What do you mean? Like he was on, he was on Fox News. Like, what the fuck does he keep saying that?
This is my favorite face that he does, by the way, though. I call it his stanky stank face when he does his upper teeth over his lips, and he does it. Oh, yeah. That's the stanky stank Eric July facial expression. Yeah, like how do you feel now, Eric? Hey, I didn't do anything to them. They hit me. Yeah, that's how they are, you asshole. That's why we're anti-woke. You could have been, you might as well have been anti-woke. The results would have been the same, but you would have had your self-respect. You know what I mean? The end result would be you excluded from everything. But you would have been like, I told you this is how they were. You instead sucked their balls and hired a bunch of wokesters and paid them all of your money. Gave a couple of them cancer, I guess. My God. What's going on with the cancer over there? Allegedly, in my opinion, perhaps. And so, like, you gave them all your money, but it's just like, for what? What's the end result of this? Did you think they'd be nice to you? You left a big, stinky right-wing footprint behind you, Eric. Like they're not going to ignore that. In fact, they're going to enjoy that. They will enjoy, even if you got in somehow, were able to write a story for Marvel or DC. Boy, would they enjoy taking you apart. Holy fuck. Yeah, there's hippo mouth. There's stanky face. That's the stanky face look. It's just a facial expression. We're not making fun of Eric's physical features. We're just saying he makes some facial expressions that are pretty funny. Okay, here we go.
Video number 1, you would know that. The first, matter of fact, we're going to revisit it. Fuck it. Do it live. We're going to revisit this.
I don't know what Eric.
Because it's always like, he said he was going to be against all the leftists, and that's what he was going to be wilderness coming. Let's look at the first.
Eric, they're against you. It doesn't matter. You should be against them. You congratulating yourself that you laid down for them and let them ass rape you without a fight is not a cool thing. It's not a flex. David L. is here with $10. Thank you, David L. Finally, somebody is super chatting me. Finally, Shane. Shane, finally, I'm getting the respect that I deserve. David L. Thank you, EVS and Shane, for the streams lately. The draw streams, Trashcast, Hard Art, and Ballers. Keep up the great work. David, when we have fans like you, people in the audience who appreciate us and reward us monetarily with small bits of money, like the $10 is substantial. Those yellow super chats and the orange ones, and every now and then you get a pink one. Rarely do I get a red one. Who am I, Camelot? Who am I, Anna, that Star Wars girl? People were saying Anna had a really nice lower half, Shane. They said you had a really nice lower half.
Not looking.
I'm not looking either. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm a married man. And so is Peaches, by the way. Peaches is also a married man. I'm a married man. I ain't looking. Et cetera, et cetera. Okay, thank you. Anna got a nice big ass. Cecil was out there going, some of you who are sitting there saying that Anna shouldn't get naked, you're fucking gay. You're fucking homos. See, Cecil's on Rumble now. He's enjoying that free speech. But I will tell you this. Let Cecil start a little comic book company. Let him make $14 million and then try to go to Marvel. It ain't going to happen because he called people homos. You guys have already looked. Don't lie, says Alistair Campbell. I know. I looked many times. Many times. Yeah. I got a look from Andrea the other day because when we go to CVS, there's a super flirty girl who works at the pharmacy. And I mean, like super duper flirty to the point where I like blush. Like I blush. And I don't know, it's just her personality. She's like, oh, hey, how are you? And I'm like, you're Ethan with Andrea. She goes, I already know. I already looked you up. And I'm like, And I'm like smiling at her because I can't help it. Like she's like really like super flirty to the point where Andrea's like, what's going on there? And I'm like, whoa. So I look at Andrea and Andrea's giving me this look. Looking at me like that, Shane. Making me feel like I did something wrong. I didn't do something. I'm just charming.
No, you just curse with good looks, man. I deal with it too. I'm like, Yanzi, like it's not my fault these women are looking at me. It's not my fault all these black ladies like the mange. That's not my fault.
Show us pictures of that chick, says Soren Resner. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not saying that she's like a super hot young lady. She's like 40. You know, she looks kind of hippie-ish. She's got piercings. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, like the way I think she must do that to every customer. But Andrea is starting to notice, and then she's just like, "What the hell?" And I'm like, makes me feel weird, Shane. Makes me feel a little weird.
I mean, you got to make Andrea know that, or let her know that, she's your only one. Don't feel threatened. Don't feel
I
threatened.
tell her that all the time. Yeah, I tell her that all the time. I'm like, listen, I don't even think about the woman at CVS. Like, I don't think about that. That's stupid. It's gross. I only think about you. I tell her that, and I mean it. It's true. But yeah, like the look she was giving me, like, what are you doing? Like giggling like a little simp, at this woman who's, yeah, like, like, oh my goodness, you're being really nice to me, like in a very overt way, over and over again. Like we've seen her like 10 times, and she's, same way. So, yeah, don't giggle. Says Cursed Heart Creations. I don't, I'm not giggling it. I feel kind of weird. EVS, Wise Guys Entertainment. I will next time I see her, I will film her and I will say, I will put. No, I won't do that. I can't do that.
That's weird. I don't know if I would advise that.
I'm gonna ask Frog Tony what he would do. We'll see. Like,
he's a good.
Frog Tony, what do you recommend? No, just for just for the chat to see. All right. Anyway, here we go. Frog Tony, what should I do? Send her tacos. Sounds good.
Ever video.
I know
that I did for ISOM. It wasn't even for ISOM. It was for the Rippaverse. We're gonna watch it. It's 4 minutes long. I'm here in July. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's look at this. Yeah,
this is the first ever video we dropped about the Rippaverse. Listen to the things that I said and the principles. I'm Eric July, founder, owner, and writer. Welcome to the Rippaverse.
Welcome to the Rippaverse. This was so cool, Eric.
The Rippaverse is the result of a comic book lifer that wanted to be a part of the solution instead of always griping about
liking
the
yourself
problem.
this
Now,
month.
don't get me wrong, this was always a part of my aspirations. However, the current climate certainly sped things up.
What's the current climate?
You watch some of your favorite comic book characters be bastardized to the point to where they're completely unrecognizable. They're just used as career stepping stones for a lot of writers that don't care about the lore. Some even despise their fans. Those are people that just want to tell stories that represent their social political views, even if they don't make sense for the characters that they're writing.
Shane, be honest with me here. If you like looked at your ring cam and you saw this, you know what I mean? Circling, like think about like you're like, what the hell? And this is on your ring
Those
cam
are people that
right
just
there outside.
Yeah.
Would you call the police?
I mean, call the police. Yeah.
I would
definitely, or I'm letting the dog off the chain. I don't know. It's like,
yeah, like I'd be concerned at that point. I won't lie. Like would have to do something about this. Like, what's he doing, milling around and stuff? Like, he's so pretentious, man. This was when Eric really liked himself a lot and thought he was the fucking shit. Now look at him. He's a squeaking little gerbil. Man like this, Trashcast wore him down to a wore him down to a nub. He's a squeaking little gerbil now. That's from Sopranos. All right.
Want to tell stories that represent their social political views, even if they don't make sense for the characters that they're writing. And of course, these mega corporations that control these properties don't exactly make it easy for you to get in and understand what's canon.
Get in.
So maybe it's time for something new.
Boo. That's the brown note that you do. Maybe it's time for something new. Boo. And that's when, like, the note in the theater makes you shit your pants.
So maybe it's time for something new.
You feel that? You feel your bowels let go right there?
Yeah, a little bit.
So listen to this. This is the first video that I did, right?
Yeah.
And you hear me talking about
what? I hear you talking about certain individuals ruining comics. Who are those certain individuals?
Yeah,
You know, like people are bastardizing these guys. In what way? What do you mean? You're signaling that you're talking about the left, Eric, you dummy. That's why people thought. But I didn't say it. Rewind the video, Nick. Nick, should we watch the video now? Because I never explicitly said that it was the SJWs. Remember that, Shane?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I don't even know if he can keep up with his own shit. Like, I mean, like, okay, so you did that one video. I get it. But what did you say after that? You know what I mean? When you're on Fox News, did you not pretend that you were, against woke comics?
Well, you allowed that chyron to be run underneath you. You know, it's like anti-woke comic. And then it's like two black idiots. Well, one, and then Gabe, you know.
Yeah.
On Fox News. Fox loves that, man. They're just like, oh, yeah. I think
a lot of white conservatives really ate Eric up because it was a black guy sharing their opinions.
It used to be white liberal guilt. It's white conservative guilt now. And it is
Yeah.
a powerful, powerful thing. White conservative guilt. They've been calling me a racist and a Nazi for so long. Boy, it feels good to prove to them. I got some Jewish friends. I got some black friends. I even pray with the Muslims.
Pray with the Muslims.
I pray with them.
I pray with the Muslims. I got a rug
with my head down towards Mecca. You know? I'm cool. Like you call me a bigot. I don't know why. Like, you know, I'm cool with them. I love black people, says Earthmine. By the way, don't say that because black people are now spreading rumors that we used to eat them. They said, did you know, Shane, have you seen these black girls that are just like, did you know they used to eat us?
Oh, yeah. They have that. They say we did like on a boat or something like that, right?
White people used to eat us up?
Yeah, that's what they say. They say like,
yeah.
Yeah, they say like.
I don't think so. I think that we would know that. Like, I mean, first of all, like if I'm going to eat anyone, it's going to be a nice young white lady. You know what I mean? Like a young white girl. I might, if I were going to resort to cannibalism, I would do that.
I've heard, and you've pulled it up. It's usually the cannibalism happens whenever they're trying to transport slaves, right? So I guess one dies, or like,
so we eat them.
Oh, the sharks could eat him, or we could eat him. I don't know.
I was thinking about resorting to cannibalism because of this storm that we just got. I thought to myself, how long will I be able to hold out, Shane? You know, like everything's icy out there. You know what I mean? I can't get to the McDonald's. I mean, how long before my own family starts to look delicious? You know, and don't be afraid, honey, if you're watching. I'm not going to eat you. You know, Ava. I'm just saying, like if I had to resort to cannibalism,
had to, not want to, had to.
Don't want to? No, of course not. No thought about it. But
primal urges, they take over.
Andrea watches in the middle of the night, by the way. Like, you know, she's like, if I wake up, I can't sleep, I'll turn on my phone on rollover. She's like, so I want to keep you next to me. I'm like, you do? Can you imagine, like, you know, she'll sit there and go, if you're downstairs on the computer when you should be in bed next to me at night, I will turn on the phone so that I can listen to you and it feels like you're next to me. But I'm next to you talking about cannibalizing you. You know what I mean? Like, this is the shit that you have to listen to if you turn on my live stream.
The wrong time.
So dark. Yeah, it's the wrong. Don't turn it on now. Turn it on right now. Yeah, baby. You need some more blankets? You need a foot rub? I'm talking to Shane right now. But it could be like Andrea could like interpret this as me talking to her. Like if she turns on her phone right now. Shane, you need your feet rubbed. You okay? You know, rub your feet. Of course, yeah, no problem. I don't mind. No. Yeah. You want me to turn the heat up? I'll turn the heat up, baby. I'm talking to Shane. You need me to turn the heat up, Shane? I'll turn the heat up.
Yeah.
Wayne T says nightmare fuel. Here's Tony Watt Studio says, I'm a lazy cannibal. I ate my DoorDash driver. I think that's like not lazy. I think that's pretty all right, hold on a second. Let's get to Eric in his first video.
Okay, well, people made this about their social views. They made it about their views. They bastardized stuff in a why don't we do something different? It wasn't, hey, I want to do something that represents only my political views. That was never, ever something that we led with. It was, no, people that are doing that has created a problem. Why don't I not do that?
So you would be doing the opposite of that, which would be anti. So they're woke. So you would be anti-woke by not doing what they're doing, right?
Yeah. We are a comic book company first and foremost. That will never be forgotten, no matter how.
I love how proud he is of his scroll words. I mean, he's like, what I'm saying is I'm not going to do that. Not that I'm against it. Like, not that I'm going to do the opposite of that, or not that I'm particularly my company was put together to fight that. It's just that I'm going to not do that, which means I'm not anti-woke, but like, I'm just not woke. And he's like, look how pleased he is with the way, like, he left people with the impression. All that matters, Eric, is the impression that you leave people with. I know you think like, it's like, well, I'm going to be hauled up in court and they're going to have to dissect my words. And I'm going to prove that I didn't actually say that. But like, you left people with the impression, you left everybody with the impression that you were anti-woke. Everybody. Just like you left everybody with the impression that Vito instigated that copyright lawsuit against you. I didn't explicitly say that, Nick. Well, everybody felt like you did say that. So that's either miscommunication on your part or deliberate obfuscation. I mean, he loves it, man. He loves the kind of using the language. And he's not the smartest guy in the world, but it's like he's a deceiver.
Watching this and noticing the squirrel words all the way at the beginning, when and why did he develop this stuff? Like, I don't understand it. Like, I mean, it makes sense with business, but yeah, but he was just a YouTuber before. So why did he need squirrel words?
Well, look, what he needed squirrel words before. Well, he's always used squirrel words, like he always has.
I mean, that's just a weird character trait. Like, I have black friends. Nobody talks like him. Yeah. Like,
Are your friends liars? Are they just like people who lie all the time?
I'm just saying, like, his vocabulary is very specific for not being caught in a corner on anything and not ever being liable for anything. And it's just a weird vocabulary. And then watching this video, his old trailer, is like, that was this guy at day one. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's weird. It's just weird. I'm like, why would you develop that type of vocabulary? Like, what was your business that you felt that you needed that arsenal?
Deception. Keeping game. Being a hustler. This is who he is. It's like, I don't have black friends like that. Why? He is that person. You might think I'm saying that because I dislike him. No, I dislike him. That's why, no, he is that person. That's why I dislike him. He is a hustler. He is a deceiver. He's deceptive in his speech. He's showing you that he's proud of the way that he's deceptive in his speech. Now, you could watch what he just showed us and you go, I'm under the impression that you are anti-woke based on that. Surprise, really analyze the words that I said. Am I anti-woke or am I just condemning the woke and saying we're going to be neutral and not do what they do, which is what I said. Now, your impression, I'm sorry you're so stupid. Sorry you're so stupid that you didn't understand, but that's like literally the words that I said. I can't help what you believe. I can't help what your stupid mind came up with. What I literally said was this. And that's who he is. And he's very proud of it. That's why he's showing it here. Yeah, I'm sorry for your confusion. Another thing that he said over and over again when he deceives people. Okay, here we go.
how big this venture gets. And we are guided by a set of principles known as the Rippaverse ethic. You will find this on a page in every single book that we release, and it's a set of standards that we certainly want you to hold us to. There are three main things that we will always emphasize. Number one, respect the customer. We aren't owed your dollar, but we love to have you as longtime supporters. It's going to be up to us to keep you interested and invested. Now, anytime there's passion involved, there's going to be those.
How do you feel hearing that back now? It's going to be up to us to keep you invested and interested.
Conflicts, but we'll respect you. So as long,
I mean, the blame is like on one person there, pretty much.
Yeah, he's like sinking down. Look at his posture, man.
Yeah.
Do you think this hits him different? He's like, oh man, I didn't even know I was going to make $1 million. Look at young Eric July. Look at that energy. Look at that confidence. Look at him sitting up there with his shoulders all slumped down. Look at him in this video, shoulders back, chest out. You know, his head's above water.
Pretty funny. Yeah, he thought he was somebody then, man. He really, truly did. He would compare himself. He compared himself all the time to Michael Jordan. Remember?
Yeah.
I had to tell him, like, straight up, like, when he was on my show, like, you know, here we go. I tell him to stop it. This is he and I reviewing the video. He's on my show because I hadn't gone Trashcast yet. And, you know, he's trying to control me here. He saw that I was going to comment on this video, so he wanted to be here to sort of control me if he could. But I am his father. Listen to this.
You can say this person, this person doesn't even, they don't possess that level of expertise to even understand this position. Why would you have to hear them out? It's like Michael Jordan trying to listen to fucking Kwame Brown, you know what I mean, about how to play the game of basketball. That's nonsense. You can't hear him out. You haven't been in those shoes. You haven't been.
Eric, do not compare yourself to Michael Jordan yet. You raised a lot of money.
Well, no, fuck no, man. I'm talking. No, we're not talking about him and his greatness. We're talking about the game of basketball. Hopefully, you know who Kwame Brown is. Ethan Vescott.
No, I'm a baseball guy.
He's one of the biggest busts in NBA history. That's what I'm talking. He actually played with Michael Jordan for a little bit when he was with the Wizards. I'm not talking about me being fucking Michael Jordan.
Yes, you were.
That's not what I'm saying. That think of it like that. You wouldn't say Michael. If
go back. Let me hear what he said.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
I think you can say this person. This person doesn't even.
So what he's talking about, by the way, in the context, he's talking about how Vito and Dick Masterson are criticizing his comic book, and he's saying they don't have the gravitas, you know, or the credentials to be able to criticize his comic book. So here you go.
Possess that level of expertise to even understand this position. Why would you have to hear them out? It's like Michael Jordan trying to listen to fucking Kwame Brown, you know what I mean, about how to play the game of basketball. That's nonsense. You can't hear him out. You haven't been in those shoes. You haven't.
Eric, do not compare yourself to Michael Jordan yet. You raised a lot of money.
Well, no, fuck no, man. I'm talking. No, we're not talking about him and his greatness. We're talking about the game of basketball. Hopefully, you know who Kwame Brown is.
What?
No,
he literally said. He literally compared himself to Michael Jordan being criticized by some other player.
Literally, yeah. He's like, yeah, it's like Michael Jordan trying to listen to he literally was comparing himself to Michael Jordan there. And I called him out on it, and he was like, what? No, I'm not doing that. What do you mean? I was just talking about the game of basketball. The hell you were. You weren't talking about the game of basketball, you shithead. You're talking about you, like, unbelievable.
Can you imagine being Imagine dealing with this guy on the day-to-day basis. Like, you know, just say, you know, it's like no matter what, you're always wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What? I wasn't comparing myself to Michael Jordan and shit. It was just like I'm talking about the game of basketball. No, what you were doing was you were saying that, like, you don't need to listen to Dick Masterson because he's beneath you, because you're Michael Jordan and he's another player. Like, he's like, do you even know these players? No, but I know Michael Jordan is the greatest. So anybody else that you mention in connection with Michael Jordan is going to be inferior to Michael Jordan, right? So I get it. I understand what you're saying. You're saying Dick Masterson is inferior to you because you're Michael Jordan and he's this other player, and Michael Jordan doesn't need to listen to that other player, so you don't need to listen to Dick Masterson. That's basically what you just said. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. So
That's crazy.
that's how he is, man.
I got to hear what he says next.
Oh, you want me to play the rest of this? Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I ever saw this.
Okay.
He's one of the baseball guy. He's one of the biggest busts in NBA history. That's what I'm talking. He actually played with Michael Jordan for a little bit when he was with the Wizards. I'm not talking about me being fucking Michael Jordan. Anybody takes it like that, that's not what I'm saying. That think of it like that. You wouldn't say Michael if Tommy Brown would say, "Hey, Michael Jordan, you need to do something with your footwork." Like, is Michael Jordan going to hear that guy out? No, because that's not. He's not there. He doesn't play the same position. He doesn't possess that level of knowledge. So I'm specifically talking about projecting something when someone has no idea what it is they're talking about.
Peter Orchard Studio says basketball is better than baseball, dude. Not right now. It isn't. Summertime baseball.
I want to talk about what this idiot said. All right, so like as artists, right? Like it doesn't matter if we know better anatomy. If it looks wrong, it's wrong. So you can somebody might not know how to fix an arm I draw, but they say it looks off. It looks off, and I need to go fix it to where it looks right. Doesn't matter. So this idea, and I guess he ran his company that way, and maybe still does when it comes to criticism. But the idea that somebody's if it stinks, it stinks. The general audience can tell if a story's good or not. That doesn't mean the general audience can write a better story. It just means that they go to good stuff, and that's all you need to know and work with that. This guy is like, well, if he can't do better, then he don't know what he's talking about. It's like,
well, I mean, not only that, but like everything that Eric. First of all, Dick Masterson can. If Dick Masterson was going to do a comic book, it would be better than Eric's. But he's just not going to. He has written books that were very successful. He writes movie pitches for Hollywood. He's done things, right? So, he knows what he's talking about. Now, Eric saying like, I'm Michael Jordan. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like he has no business telling me because he doesn't know. Eric literally doesn't know. Like the absurd thing of him putting himself in the position of Michael Jordan, who at that point, who was a skilled basketball player after a decade or so of playing professional basketball, rising above everybody else until he got noticed as this incredible basketball player, phenomenal. That took time. It wasn't right out of the gate. His first game, let's say Michael Jordan won his first game by 200 points. It was something crazy. People would take some notice of him, but if he came out and said, I'm the greatest of all time after one single game, I'm better than, give me a basketball player from like the 1950s who is just incredible. I can't think of one right now. But anyway, if he just kind of stepped forward and just said that I'm as good as this guy, or I compare myself to this guy, people would have to give him a slap across his face. And, Eric's saying essentially like, you can't tell me anything because I am in a position to know. No, you're not. You're not in a position to know. Jerry Cousy, Wilt Chamberlain. There's somebody else that I'm thinking of who just died like maybe 10 years ago. Bob Cousy, you mean? Bob Cousy, maybe? Yeah, I'm just talking about like a legend. You know what I mean? An absolute legend. So. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I hear Eric. I don't really hear Eric. I'm not here to criticize Eric or go over and be like, no, wait a second, you idiot. We're so friendly at this point, but Eric is definitely like trying to, this is right before the night letter. Bill Russell. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Bill Russell. Thank you. Yeah. I'm like Bill Russell. Okay. So, here we go.
As much as I used to be, but yeah.
I love getting out to the ballpark. I got 3 games in a row, Phillies versus the Dodgers this weekend. I'm taking my dad to. And if your father is still alive, man, take him to ballpark. Go see a baseball game with your dad while you still can. All right, here we go.
Been able to produce to that level.
Just ignoring like his bullshit because I'm being friendly to him. But I mean, all I'm saying is like, hey man, do not compare yourself like that. You sound like a psychopath. Do not compare yourself to Michael Jordan. You raised a lot of money. That's true. It's just like you had a high scoring game, but you have to be here for the long run and demonstrate that you know how to tell stories, Okay.
As long as you respect us, it's all about reciprocity. Our second point of emphasis is canon and continuity. This is an ever expanding universe. There's going to be many of characters that will be introduced. But when you buy a book from us, you own a piece of history. It matters. These events will not be erased by way of time travel or some multiversal aspect. And number 3, a comprehensive timeline. No matter when you jump into this space, we want to make it easy for you to get caught up on some characters that you're interested in. So we're going to keep the reboots to a minimum. Now, don't worry. We know that picking up the pieces is part of the fun, so we're not going to exactly hold your hand.
Don't worry.
Video. You're listening to the first.
I know, Eric, you only know a few words and you say them over and over again, but you are deceptive in your speech. You're like, you left people with the impression that you were anti-woke. I'm pretty sure. He's like, this is the first video. And yeah, I don't think you proved your point. I think you proved mine. I don't know. Shane, what do you think? Wrong?
Yeah, I mean, but that code of ethics shit he always put on the website too, like it was always a thing. Like I don't know what's his point on this. Like that he
from the very start, like he's saying, look, I've never been political in my comics, and from the very start, I told you so. The V2Fi saying you should go to baseball games with your dad in front of Eric was unintentionally cruel.
Yeah, I noticed that when you did it.
I did not notice that. I didn't mean that. I just literally went to baseball. I ignored everything that he said about Michael Jordan, and I went to baseball and was thinking, I'm going to see a couple of games with my dad. But you're right. Like, my father is here, and his father is, I don't know where. So that might have hit him the wrong way. But it wasn't meant to. That was an honest-to-God mistake. All right. Sorry, Shane.
This is something I recorded yesterday. This is the first ever video that we put out for the Rippaverse. The first ever video. And while I personally value liberty, we're not going to beat you over the head with on-the-nose current politics and current narratives that will completely contradict what it is that we're trying to do here. So I'm sorry, guys. It's just crazy that there are people that insisted, oh, well, you created this to spite, leftism and all this. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about, you moron. You did. You just said in your own video that Marvel and DC are creating comics that are political, and that's why it's time for you to do something different. So you are anti-woke. The fact that you're saying our comics are not going to be on the nose with our politics, well also was a lie. Not current day politics, because you're a libertarian and libertarianism is largely irrelevant to current day politics. Your entire universe is about the secession of Texas from the United States for some reason. You understand? Like, your entire universe is your politics. The fact that your politics are irrelevant to America doesn't mean that you have evaded the idea of making your comic books political. But yeah, you said at the beginning of this, the reason why the company needed to exist is because Marvel and DC were woke. What I just said? What the fuck? Why is he like this? Why can't he be more like you, Shane?
I don't know. It's like the guy purposely wants it both ways. Like, this guy never wants to be cornered on any spot and taking any position in anything. That's what I would say. Can you imagine dealing with this guy day in and day out? You're just going to nod your head and get to tomorrow. You're not going to ever argue with him.
Yeah, you can't, I mean, Nick Rekieta tried to. The Nick Rekieta situation was so good. Just to see him, deal with his nonsense was really fun and demonstrative, Okay, I was going to invite Vito, but I'm not going to now. Fuck you, Vito.
What'd he do?
Nothing.
I just sat up there and told you, these are, where my views are. That's not what I'm here to do. That was the first video. Video number one. Anybody, and I'm telling you, there's those out there that like to lie. And they like to act, oh, well, he when he first came out, he was saying, no, he was saying exactly what I'm saying right now. I did not create this company to spite leftists. That's stupid. That would contradict everything that I just said that. I'm rewinding it. Damn it.
Universe. There's going to be many
Listen to what I
appearances that
said.
will be introduced. But when you buy a book from us, you own a piece of history. It matters. These events will not be erased by way of time travel or some multiversal aspect. And number 3, a comprehensive timeline. No matter when you jump into this space, we want to make it easy for you to get caught up on some characters that you're interested in. So we're going to keep the reboots to a minimum. Now, don't worry. We know that picking up the pieces is part of the fun, so we're not going to exactly hold your hand.
Listen to this. Just listen.
And while I personally value liberty, we're not going to beat you over the head with on-the-nose current politics and current narratives that will completely contradict what it is that we're trying to do here. So whether you're into our main character in our first book, Isam, or you're into Yaira, or you're interested in all of them, will certainly have you as a customer. Your ethnic background or genetic makeup is wholly irrelevant to us.
Did you see what he just did there? Your ethnic background and genetic makeup is wholly irrelevant to us. Wow, that's amazing. You think it's relevant to Marvel?
Yeah, no, it's pretty relevant to them. Who is he pulling this receipt for, man? Like, who is he even arguing with about this?
Well, he's arguing with the people who rejected him because, again, just going back, like what this is about is that somebody told Eric no, and they told him no. He feels, or he knows, because of his politics, something he said in the past, or the color of his skin, or something. I don't know. I doubt it's the color of his skin, but somebody told him no, and so now he's saying, "Look, I've been an ally." He's saying, I've never been an enemy of the left. I've been an ally. Even look at this first video I made where I signaled that I wasn't going to fight back against you guys. He said, from the very start, my Rippaverse company was going to, be a cucked company to the left. I was never going to fight you guys. I said I wasn't going to fight you guys. Why did you take my Marvel gig away? Why did you take my Marvel gig from me?
It's rough.
I think McFarlane told them to remove their logo from his advertisements. Well, I mean, that could be proven. You could go find his advertisements and see if that was the case. Spurgy Mac goes, you've been talking about this N-word for 3 years. Let's make it another 3. By the way, in 4 episodes, we'll be at Trashcast 250.
Wow. That's crazy.
All right, here we go. 250. We'll make it a big event.
Now, previously being part of comic book fandoms myself, I understand the importance of them. We'll do our jobs to preserve the sanctity on the business end, and we hope you will help us preserve a more healthy and thriving fandom.
It's kind of crazy because it's like, you would, if the way some people talk about me, you would think this video never existed. It's the first video I ever dropped for the Rippaverse, and you would think that
I'm not getting your point.
They act as if they're so confused as to, oh, well, now I'm really, really focused, and they're like, wow, I thought you was creating this company despite leftists. He's not one of, like, what are you, dude? Did you listen to me at all?
If we manage to do that, we're going to be very competitive in this market, and we're going to make our mark on this industry. We're not going to be perfect. Errors will be made, but we won't let that stop us from being great.
And to your point, Joe Lee, if people knew Rippaverse was having Alphacore would being the 3rd book is crazy. And the second title, the ANCAP, his second title that he wrote, like he created the characters, didn't write the book, but I created the characters. Are super cops.
So visit Rippaverse.com, where we have our own unique store that is tailor-made for our audience. A lot of our stuff will be released in campaign format with limited edition items, and once they're gone, they're gone. We'll be making books that expand across many different genres, so I'm very confident that we'll have something that is right for you in a series that you'll make your favorite. And one last thing. I started this company with no external investors, and that's something that I like to remain true. Sure, we want to expand in many different avenues, video games, animation, maybe
It's funny how that part, we checked that box off already, guys.
even live action.
We didn't do a movie, but we did do an actual trailer.
Not if it means selling off assets. We only answer to the customers. We don't want to make the same mistake as the other guys.
Please, God, if his dad, if his dad's out there somewhere, so he just showed the fuck back up at his door at Father's Day. Just show up. Just show up. Just put that. And act like you're proud. Hold one of his books. I don't know. Can you imagine if his dad shows up on his doorstep, like holding like Isom comics?
You heard that, right?
I heard
very
it.
clear about, okay, this is what people, because I myself came from this background. People that are in fandoms, people that are fans of stuff, they watched it get ruined and they watched it become heavily, and overtly political and social political. I just don't want to do that. These are my ethics. This is what we're trying to do. I have not deviated from jack shit that I said in that video. Nothing. Yet, like my man said in the chat, it's one ear and out the other. For some, it's like that video doesn't exist.
Jesus, man.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Shane? Some people just we just ignored that video. It's weird, man, how we would do that. You should have listened to him.
You know what's weird? Even now, where he's doing the business he's even then he felt he assumed he's more important than he is, and he's still doing it. Like, it doesn't matter if he's making $1 million or if he's making 10,000. This guy thinks he's more important than he is. Like, who the fuck is keeping tally on what he said and when, really? I mean, that, like, we're processing that. Like, that's a special note, and we're the idiots that didn't take note that he said it's non-political. Who cares?
Yeah, but he said that in words, but in other words, he left people with the impression. See, this is why he's diabolical. He left people with the impression that his company was anti-woke. The artist is here, says his first ad contained all Friday Night Lights talking points against woke, which gained him clout of 500,000 subs and 3.7 million in sales. Pay attention to when it's gone. It's gone. All right, hold on a second here. The artist, what do you mean pay attention to when it's gone? It's gone. Rippaverse CGC graded digital comics when, says Ryan Cannell, Kyan Renell. At least Eric is staying true to himself by having no external investors because no one wants to invest, says Brendan Lucas. All his money came from people spiting leftists and making a statement against the perception that stories were taken from them. They wanted Spider-Man back. They never wanted Isom. And there you go. Okay, so they're saying that this is about David L. says, I sent you a coffee. Thank you, David L. Squirrel words like Obama, like Biden, says John Muntz. 70% of sales means nothing. What's the dollar value? Says Sean Hollywood.
Wait, dollar value? Company? Like, what does he mean? What's the dollar?
He's
value?
saying that, like in Japan, manga sales, or in Asia, manga sales are 70% digital. Easy Fix Isom's utility belt is filled with bottles of poppers and Astroglide. He's literally, that's Chris Primer. Here's Vartan Papazian. He's literally with Glenn Beck. Duh, no big two. Yeah. All right, let me see here. We good. EJ wins yet another debate with himself, says Growl Jones. Yeah, he's like, no, I said all the right. Do you want to watch the video, Nick? It's the same thing.
It's like it never happened. Shout out Blight Blazer in the chat. Shout out my bad Twitch community. Y'all out there showing love. Well, shout out Twitch right now. It's a lot of y'all. What's up?
Oh, love.
Okay. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how that lines up, huh?
From one perspective.
And you have been rewarded for not deviating. Yeah. Like I said in the video, I'm gonna make my mistakes. That's inevitable. especially as a completely independent company. Like, you're going to make your mistakes. I'm going to try stuff not going to work, and I'm going to give it another shot.
Him after this.
It happens.
I did. I thought he wanted to improve. So
Jokingly said 554 digital books. Guys, thank you all so much. If you don't know what that is, Jokingly is talking about our Rippaverse digital little initiative that we got going right now. If you go to the collection page, you will see Rippaverse digital, and we have 10 books now that are available for digital purchase that you can get, and they are available to you immediately. You can get them immediately. We'd appreciate that. It's crazy how this many has sold this early, man. It's kind of nuts. So we'd appreciate that if you kept.
I mean, it is crazy how this many have sold this early, Shane. You know what I mean? Like it's like, Shane, would you even get involved? I mean, you're doing digital. You got all 10 of your books out there digitally. So far, he's made about $5,000, maybe $6,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I mean, the digital thing, I think, is just a bad move. I keep in mind, I've known people that used to paint canals at DC Comics, right? Was in charge of digital initiative, and I remember talking to him and other people in that department, and year after year I even did digital initiative comic for them, Legends of the Dark Knight story. Or digital first, and they basically admitted to me that they knew digital wouldn't ever work, but it just sounds good to the guys that own the company, right? So DC Comics would always go back to trying to say, yeah, we got this big digital initiative. It never works, though. Comixology went under. I mean, it just doesn't work. So if you're asking me, hey, this is great, why not do it? I'm like, whatever the fuck he was getting ready to sell this year is now people, the guys that are buying this digital, they're not going to go buy a $35 book. They're going to want the digital copy of whatever he's doing next. If he goes completely digital, is the only way he'll make it work, and it's not going to work. I agree. So when he's like, and this will be the new thing people are going to hit us with, oh, why aren't you doing digital like Eric July? It's because I'm not fucking stupid. He's just trying something different. Now, everything seems like it's a business strategy with him, and it is, but that's the whole catch, that DC kept getting caught in, is digital doesn't work. It looks good on paper, but for some reason, it doesn't work,
It looks good because it's virtually free. And I guess it also probably cuts out the middlemen, except that you were dealing with Comixology back then. The artist says, Eric lied in that ad. When it's gone, it's gone. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it. It was never a limited edition, and all customers can sue him for false advertising because he printed 50,000 more Ice on books. You're welcome. Oh, I didn't know what you meant by that, the artist.
Taken. That was a thing. That was one of the first big scams, right? People caught him in.
How did he print 50,000 more copies of Ice on #1? That was just crazy.
Because Ethan Van Sciver didn't tell him not to.
Yeah, I would have said don't. Leave it where it is, man. If you have to do a second printing later, great, you'll sell a second printing. But printing 50,000 more of the same thing, don't do that. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I would have helped him.
And join our Discord. I want more of y'all being part of the conversation. Go to Rippaverse.com/Discord. Rippaverse.com/Discord. That will help you. That'll get you to the Discord. I want you to read this stuff. I want you to look. Like I said, if you check out, it has a little notice. Obviously, you don't be going to repost this shit. I can't stop you from doing it. I know that's going to end up happening, but this is more so for the fans who invest in us, right? And help us continue. And also, you're helping us out with the market analytics. But you're free. If you want to grab a screenshot of a panel, show people that you're stoked about it, do it. Post about it nonstop. And most importantly, join our Discord, because I want you to link up with the other members of the fandom. It is a fun time. They start voice chats in there. It is a great.
He pretty much just told people to pirate it. He wants people to put this shit out.
Yeah, I think you might be right about. I think that's a really good theory. You know, I think
Well,
Eric is
and
looking.
also, it's a different way to sell the same content over and over again. Like people are like, oh, that like your back material is old rope. No, he's repackaging his back material and trying to find different ways to sell it. Like the omnibus was one of the things. Remember, the remastered collections was another thing too. Like, and he's leaving no stone unturned. And digital is the last thing he hasn't sold of this material. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I just like the 100 books thing is interesting because again, it's like, all right, so what we're gonna do, and that's got to be entirely digital. There's no way he's gonna be doing a new book every 3.5 days.
Dude, okay.
Shane.
On that, me and you both worked at DC Comics when they did weekly series. Because everybody's gonna say these two, they just hate Eric July. They didn't white people hating on the black man.
Oh,
I worked
I do
at
hate
DC
him.
Comics. We worked at DC Comics when they did weeklies. I knew editors that worked on those weeklies. They'll go nameless, but people can figure out who. Putting out a weekly series in your DC Comics, keep in mind all the characters' continuity is already laid out. They're hiring multiple people, like 4 writers, to put out these 4 books. It's a fucking nightmare, and you need lead time, and they're just sending the files to the printer. They're not mailing shit out. Like, they're not, Diamond's dealing with that that they're not dealing with that. Like, they just have to get the book done. This guy's over here. I'm gonna do like 2 books a week. To hit 100 books a year, he would have to do an average of about 1.7 books a week, right? Because there's 52 a year, so he's got to do less than 2 books a week, but pretty much 2 books a week. How the fuck do you do that and ship it?
You can't. I mean, it's impossible to do that. So we're looking at digital. By the way, shout out to David L. Here's a coffee Red Boy for you, EVS. Anna looked great in that thong on the AC show. Can you play some Sanford and Son when Eric talks? Thank you. He just coffee'd me $50. Yeah, of course I will. Shrubbles 08 gave support. Shane Davis believes that Eric July is breathing in the all of the white man's air all the time. Shit. Shrubbles 08. Fairly reasonable. All right. This is let's play a little Eric July with some Sanford and Son going out to David L.
Place to nerd out, man. And we're trying to grow that. So
Nerd out.
Rippaverse.com/Discord. We got all of these books available to you for just $70. You can actually get all 10 of them. That's a damn steal. That's a damn steal, bros. Damn steal. So go grab these. We greatly appreciate that if you did that. Thank you so much. All right, I got an announcement. When I say announcement, it's an exclusive, but I floated this out there. My team, some of my more executive team, they know some of the stuff that I've been talking about, and we'll have something a little more formal.
Yeah.
Soon enough, and I've talked to you about, like, hey, in the middle of the year, we have some great, cool things that are going to be happening. Just be on the lookout for it. But I told y'all that we are going to be moving away from the collection format.
Oof.
As a primary form of release. It doesn't mean that we're going to get rid of collections, but we are going to be moving away from that being like the main way that we put out comics. So
Shane, I told you
how
that,
this is going to work is just...
Shane, I told you that I'm going to be moving away from stuck pornography as my primary form of release. I told you that in confidence, and you told everybody. So I just want to say, there you go. Okay, thank you.
Like this. Because we know that we're putting out so many, having a bunch of active collections don't make sense like that. So what we're going to do is this is what our goal is. It'll take a little bit to get us there, but this is what our goal is going to be.
You know what stuck pornography
We
is?
are now going to
Shane.
No, I don't.
The whole,
Is that stuck in the dryer? Is it like stuck in a window? Yeah. And then you go to pool.
You're supposed to say no, I don't know, so that I can. You seem like the innocent guy, and then I educate you.
No, I don't know. I've never heard of stuck pornography.
Oh, Shane. So stuck pornography is, oh no, my stepmother is stuck in the dryer. You know what I mean? And her butt is hanging out. She's like literally, it's like she crawled into the dryer like Winnie the Pooh, and she was able to get into the dryer, but she can't get out again. But her butt is hanging out. I'm going to do what anybody would do. I'm going to rape her, Shane, which is what stuck pornography basically is. It's rape. And then, oh no, she tried to crawl in through the window.
It's rape. I got to stop you there. In defense of stuck pornography, it's rape with good intentions. Your intentions weren't to rape. Your intentions were to hold them out. You just ended up in rape. It didn't start out like I'm gonna rape. You know, it
is rape. Stuck pornography is most definitely rape. You know, it's like I watch that and I go, she didn't say yes to that. You're doing that because she can't move. Like, I mean, you know, that is like under. How is that a all right, now, I am against pornography. I want you guys to know this. I'm against it. Okay, it turns you gay. I'm just kidding, but you know, that is what stuck pornography is. It is rape. It is rape. Oh no, I was crawling under the bed to get a pair of slippers. No, I'm stuck under here. Oh, I think I'm gonna penetrate you anally now. Like that's not like nobody asked for that. She was trying to get a pair of slippers.
But then she ends up liking it, so you're off the rape hook.
Oh yeah, at the end of it, she's always like, she's free, and then she's still into it, you know. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys.
To move to a traditional, more pre-order format.
We are 2 yellow super cats away from hitting the
running
goal.
for about 90 days. It'll be a bunch of them. So if you are completely unaware how it works in comics,
wait, he's not.
So
lying.
if you are completely about
what?
Are you kidding me? He's not lying.
About
he
what?
is a bunch of books.
Yeah.
I thought he was just fucking. When is this live stream from today?
Yesterday. Yes, you didn't read the legal disclaimer at the start of the video, did you? What legal disclaimer? Oh, the at the beginning of the porno video.
Yeah, it's all fictional.
It's all fictional. No, I mean I understand that. I'm just saying that if it were real, like the fantasy behind it is rape. I'm anti-pornography, guys. I really am. Like it's bad for you. It does turn you gay. Because it turns you gay. That's what Nick Fuentes says. And something happened to him. So, you know, I mean, hold on a second. Let me
90 days. It'll be a
ready, Shane?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. How do I slow-mo this?
Look at this.
I want to slow-mo this scene right here now. Eric does stuff every now and then that I like. And this is good. I'm just going to let it play.
Bunch of them.
See that bunch? All right, hold on.
That will be running for about 90 days. It'll be a...
Okay, no.
That will be
I can't get
running
it like
for about 90 days. It'll be a...
I like when it pops. It's like a bunch of them.
Bunch of them.
Okay.
So if you are completely unaware how it works in comics, I'll let you know. So obviously you are the end buyer. You're the second buyer. Look at it like that. You're the second or third person. Yellow Flash in the chat. What's up? So I got my Rippaverse royalty thing today. Thanks, Rippaverse fans. Shout out.
Shout out to Yellow
Shout
Flash.
out to everybody. I mean, again, you guys can still go get the Mighty Golden Patriot. It ain't went nowhere. And Flash is still getting paid for it.
They went nowhere. So, holy shit. He said that this book ain't going nowhere. Did somebody buy it?
Ain't selling, dude. No, you can still get it. These two.
Like, shout out. I got friends still.
Shout out to Yellow Flash. Okay. All right. Let's get back to Eric here. Talking to Yellow Flash.
Flash in the chat. But yes.
Yellow Flash is in the chat because Yellow Flash is a house husband. Yellow Flash, his wife is a fat Indian cop, I believe. That's what I heard. And she goes to work, and he stays home with the kids, and he makes videos. He stays home with the kids, and his job is to make those gay videos all day long. But his wife is out in the streets, I guess, risking her life or whatever. He's a house husband. House husband. I gotta get home from my job. My husband's there with his apron on. Yeah. Fucked up. House husband. Yeah, like instead of a housewife, a house husband. And that's what he does. What a life, says Jabba the Cuck. Yeah. All right, let me. So of course he's on watching this video.
Go grab that. Much love.
How do I do a slow-mo here? There's got to be a way. Oh yeah, wait. That kind of slow-mos it a little bit. Does it roll it back? It's just too. I don't like the circles. I would like to puppeteer Eric's face a little bit better, but I can't really get it to work.
But yeah, so one thing that we are going to move towards. Oh, my bad. So let me explain this, because a lot of people don't know this. You are the second or third buyer by the time you get it, even if you get it from your local comic book shop. You're not the actual first buyer. So how it works is through this direct market setup, you have the publishers, you have the distributors.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is playback speed right here. Let me see here. I understand that. Stable volume. What that means. Playback speed. But I'm saying, like, how can I just adjust it frame by frame? Like, that's what I want. I want to watch Eric frame by frame.
Which used to be Diamond for the most part. Now it's Lunar and Random House. Those are the two big ones. And then you have the retailers, right? And you get it from the retailers. That's where everyone here buys it, right? How it works with the publishers is that the publishers set there for, you know, it can be between 2 and 4 months. It just depends on who the publisher is. Between 2 and what the title is. Between 2 and 4 months, those books are able to be bought by the essentially retailers.
What's gonna happen now?
You know, letting them know their pull list and everything.
Oh, it's a lot of
what their customers are wanting for about 2 to 4 months. And then there's a cutoff usually right before then. And then with that cutoff, they're obviously being able to determine how many prints that they need, all that good stuff. And then they have an actual release date. So usually between
the angle bracket
2 to 4 months before you get it, before the release date, the official release date, those are going in pre-order.
No.
Why the fuck are you talking about this?
I don't know.
Like, I don't understand why is he talking about this?
I'm not sure really. I lost his whole thing.
He's
Spurgy Max, who have been resurrected. Yeah, if Spurgy Max is Jamie Max, he's allowed to be back. Oh, because he's Spurgy. Is that hold on? Is Spurgy Max a parody of Jamie Max? Oh, I swear to God, faggotry. I'm gonna ban you in a minute. I think like Spurgy Max was a parody of Jamie Max, not the real Jamie Max.
I don't know if this guy isn't getting ready to. There's something he's trying to make a point. I don't know why he's talking about the release schedule of comics in the mainstream.
I guess if you hit the okay. Oh, I know why that happened. Yeah, it showed all my Eric July searches because Eric July is up here as the search. So if I put a bracket here, you can see all the things that I've searched about Eric July in order to do this show.
Oh.
Eric July Amazing Fantasy 15 was one of them.
Yeah.
Those are going in pre-order. So we are going to, obviously our model's different, right? Because we're direct to, it's the same problem per se. You got to be able to determine how many prints you need and everything, right? It's the same model. It's a same problem rather. It's just the model's a little different because, well, the like 90 to 95% of our customers aren't retailers. Some of them are. But the vast majority of them are you.
Challenger.
So what we are going to be doing is moving to a format that more so represents kind of how it's being done, though it's slightly adjusted to a direct to customer model. Okay.
Yeah.
So what that means for you is that eventually we're going to be, you're probably, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're about to see probably at least a book getting announced for pre-order like every week.
Jesus Christ, Eric. Just say that.
Look at his face. You're gonna see one announced every week.
Why?
Shane,
It took him 20 minutes to say that. Holy shit. Just say you're doing it.
He wanted to tell you about his business model. What he doesn't want to tell you is it's becoming pretty clear that like if we want to make $4 million this year, we're gonna have to put out 100 books.
No, yes, you're right. But he's trying to use the American comic book industry as the excuse. Well, they do it and that's normal. So now I's going to do it and it's going to be better than them. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're going to expect people, you're going to fucking hit the indie market with 100 shitty books. Fuck you. Nobody asked for that. And then what? Like, dude, this is can
Shane,
you imagine?
He is going to kill indie comics. You know that, right?
Yeah, he's trying to, but he's going to kill him. He's going to off his own company, and then he's going to blame, comics is over. The market doesn't be that. Whatever the fuck, whatever he's going to say. But, dude, you need to slow the fuck down. And you're speeding the fuck up even more. And he's looking for a different result than I'm bleeding out viewers or readers or whatever. And more hasn't worked this the last year. You put out more books. Did it help? No, it escalated the fall off.
Yeah.
Like, so now you're going to speed it the fuck up. If he says I'm going to put out a book a week, I give him 3 to 6 months and it's out. He's over. There's just no way.
Yes, but he's going to destroy himself and get rid of all of our competition at the same time. Because if he's going to do 100 books, he's got to hire PTP. He's got to hire like the Dungeoneers. He's got to bring them in and publish their shit. And it's going to do worse than it's ever done. And he's going to bring a lot of people down with him.
DC Comics. I knew the editorial staff. That Steve Wacker. Remember Steve? Did you ever work with Steve? I do remember
Stephen Wacker. Yeah, what a great name.
Yeah, horrible name. Horrible name. Horrible name. But the guy, good comic editor, I think. I think he was competent. Was working on 52. Everybody at DC Comics before that launch were like, fuck that guy. Who wants to be Steve Wacker? That SOB has to put out a weekly series. That book came out and was a hit, and every editor hated him because he had the #1 selling book 4 times a month, every fucking month. Okay, it was a hit. That guy was like, this is crazy. This is doing a weekly book. Marvel sniped him to try to fuck DC up, pulled him over to Marvel. Somehow DC still kept that book on course. And then what does Marvel do? He does a Brand New Day or some shit like that, weekly Spider-Man book. Mm-hmm. I mean, but the point is very few people can get a weekly book to work. Mike Martz would do Countdown, and it would be shit because it sucked. Because there was no story, there was no jazz to it, and it went down every issue. It didn't stay in the top 10 like 52. It's like, I mean, even if he does this, the probability of it going down is so high. It's so high. It's easy if your books are not good, nobody's buying a weekly book from you. They're just not. 52 was an exception. And DC Comics could not. It's a nightmare to put a book out like that. It's a fucking nightmare. And he can't even print his books without misprints. And now he's going to speed it up. Is he hiring more staff? I'm talking staffers, like editors. Like, I mean, this makes zero sense. This makes zero sense that he would do this. Besides the money he needs, like, well, but I mean, his math. I mean, what are you going to do the year after this? Like put out 5 books a week? Like, if the sales keep going down, I mean, eventually, the cost of making a book is going to price you out of even doing this anymore. It doesn't matter how many books you put out. I mean, you're eventually going to be in the negative. You realize, oh, well, I grossed $4 million this year because I put out 2 books a week. Yeah, but you're probably like $50,000 in debt. Like,
yeah, you
that's
would be. It wouldn't work.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the idea that I'm just literally, I'm going to cook up this number I can brag about at the end of the year. But what did it cost you to cook up that number? You could be in the negative.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's going through with this. I thought he was just bullshitting on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I think he is planning on going through with it, but he's got an idea. I'm very interested in how exactly he's going to generate these books. That's my number one interest, is like, how are you going to generate these books? How are you going to get 100 comic books together?
All right. Well, every time you hire somebody in this, this, and I know this, but anytime you hire somebody, and everybody's human, that's a different life problem that can affect your schedule, right? Every human being, they could get sick. There could be, something happen in their personal life, whatever, that can screw the schedule up. And for DC Comics, they just call somebody up that's looking for work, and they get the book done, right? How many books have you ever seen in your lifetime where there's, like, I don't know, more than 10 people working on it, to get that one issue out? He doesn't have that Rolodex. I'm sorry. He doesn't have people that can't wait for an editor to call him up from Rippaverse with a bad deadline over the weekend and holiday, and they hope they get a favor one day and they get to draw Spider-Man. This guy ain't that guy. Like, he don't have that team of people. And then that leads to, like, AI. Like, is this where, I mean, because look, you just proved this guy, it don't matter what he says 2 years ago, he'll find an out, and he'll go, well, it is what it is. I told you, artists got bad attitude, and AI did that to him. They did it. Look at what the artist ego did. They got the AI comic. Look at me now. Is like, he'll do. I could see that. His shit would make money, and he could get it out on time. This is crazy. It's like, who needs 100 fucking Eric July books in calling it the independent sphere? Is like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, he would be publishing everybody's books. You know what I mean? So it would be the independent sphere. Like, he would depend on, like, a lot of people would come to him. I wonder if he's talking about doing digital, though, or if he's going to actually publish them. It's just so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the digital, technically, he's still a publisher. He's still publishing it in the sense of distributing and taking money. He's just not actually physically printing it. So he'd still be technically a publisher, even if he went digitally exclusive. It just, I'm just trying to figure out why. I mean, we could be looking at the guy that's the first guy to just go to AI slop comics, like JDA. He's just going JDA this shit.
EMS 5427 says, do you think Rippaverse will turn to AI? I don't know.
I don't think so, but if this guy gets in the jam and he needs that money that bad, he will. That's the problem. Is, like, I don't think this guy has a backbone. I don't think he has. I don't think he has any morals he'll stand on besides, I want what's in your pocket. Like, I don't. Yeah. So, like, I've not seen any type of anything in Eric's character that tells me if he gets in a bad spot, like when he misprinted books, what he do? He shipped them out and didn't address the problem until they were all shipped out. Like he's already told you who he is. So if he gets in a jam, yeah, he's going to do AI.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. AI just seems like it'd be a lot of trouble anyway, though, to make a full comic book with AI.
Well, it's a legal nightmare. There's some program that they were willing, which is bad timing. It was going around on social media like 2 or 3 days ago. There's a program where like you can just type in and it'll generate an AI comic, panels, everything.
Well,
But you know
saw
what?
JDA doing that. Like JDA was showing like what an AI comic book would look like thus far. You know.
Yeah, and it's one camera angle pretty much. You know, limited action. Whatever, a guy standing there with some background and you put in your word balloons. I mean, it's just it.
Mark
The problem
Walter says his own followers aren't buying the few books he does now. What makes him think they'll buy more if he puts out more?
Well,
so he's got 700 people buying his books. Okay, so it's a weird math thing, but like 700 people buying his books, so 18% of those say that they will buy digital. He's testing them out now with the digital campaign to see like what that looks like. If he's able to put out comic books digitally with no expenses attached, I don't see how you do that. I don't see how you do it. And then you get 18% of 700, 20%, 20. What's that? Is that like 100 people? 100 people buying your comic?
But that's not what he's doing. Like that's not his thought process. Last year, like we saw this, and he's doing it again now. The real scenario is what do we need to raise? What's my quota? Like what do I have to do to hit it? And what are our projections? So last year, right? He knows he needs the X amount of money to run that company for a year and probably have some profit, right? So he comes out with his video talking about all the Rippa projects, right? Okay. But what did we find out in a year? There were also extra ones he was cooking up, like, like Detention Crew or
right,
whatever the Ripazines are, and then like the one that's the Guardians of the Galaxy looking knockoff, right? So so that wasn't enough. So what he do is cook up some books to throw in there, get the nose up. Where the plane's going to hit the mountains, we got to get the nose up. Add some extra books. We're not going to make it this year. Look at the time of year. Here's the new thing. Here's his new quota, and by his attrition and his drop off. And them saying, well, we're continuing to drop off, Eric. So we're not going to be able to do what we did last year. We're going to have to do 4 times the books and be ready. We're going to have to pull some books out of thin air too, to make this work, and look, Shadow Century ain't paying the bills over there. The book looks good, but Eric can only make a percentage off that. I mean, what's he going to do? Hand the guy zero money and here's a bill, by the way? Like, you get what I'm saying? Where's the money coming from to meet his quota? It's not coming from that. This is the worst kind of publishing because none of these books are necessary. There is nobody asking for the book. Who is asking him, Eric, I need 2. Do you think even his hardcore fans are like, you know what I need, Eric? To pay shipping to you 8 times a month. Nobody's saying that to him.
Yeah, I honestly, I just don't see that. I don't see the market there for him. I don't get it. But I mean, you see something we don't, I guess. The artist says he failed to release 10 books in January. It's probably 10 by 10 page floppy times $15 for shipping, which is now his main business and source of income. D, maybe there must be something we don't know right now. I don't know if Eric would say something as weird as this without having some kind of a plan, even if it's a dumb plan. or a plan that isn't going to work, he's got to be seeing something that makes him think that, you got to do 100 books. And then it's not even the doing 100 books, it's the producing 100 books that I'm kind of like shocked at. Like, how do you afford 100 books? How do you produce them on time? It's a lot, man. You would have to hire more editorial. I mean,
more editorial.
My God, dude, it would be expensive. It'd be a big project.
He couldn't do what he did last year without misprints.
Yeah.
So now he's going to, like, what he put out last year. Does anybody know how many books he put out last year? Just for round, give me a round number to play with.
I don't know.
It's chat. How many books did he put out last year? Like, I just need a number. It doesn't have to be 100% right. Somebody in the chat. Not how much he made, how many books?
25, I mean.
25. All right. So if he's going to go from 25 to 100, he's got to hire 4 times the amount of people. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's he needs 4 times the editor staff. He needs 4 times everything. Now, not the fulfillment people, because they don't have as many books to fulfill anymore. So the warehouse people, he don't need to hire more warehouse people. I'm talking actual. He's got 4 times the pencilers, 4 times the inkers, colorists, letterers, 4 times the proofreaders, unless he AIs it.
Yeah.
This just doesn't sound good, and this definitely isn't good for indies. I don't give a fuck, Eric. You can clip this. This is not good for the fucking indies. Don't, because you're going to put the responsibility on your failure on the indie scene, and you know what? Do everybody a favor. Quit calling yourself indie. Just fucking separate. Like, this is not necessary. This is flooding a market. He's literally going to flood the fucking market. That's not good for anybody. I don't care if you even like him. This guy is going to flood the village with shit. You know what? If it was good stuff, I mean, it'd be like, it's fucking good books, guys. This Eric July guy has all the greatest ideas of his generation and any generation before him. I mean, he's going to fucking, turn comics on their head. People. He's the next Grant Morrison or Mark Millar or something like that. He's not that guy.
Yeah, I don't think he is that guy. I really just don't think he can do it. But I mean, I'm still thinking like, there's something we're not seeing here, and I guess like we'll wait and find out. But yeah, it really does sound insane. Like, it sounds crazy for so many different reasons. But we'll see, Shane. We will see. I want to thank everybody. I'm going to let Shane go. I'm going to let me go too. Let me see. That's not 4x. That's 400% of maximum output, says Andrew Wyatt. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. But Eric says he's going to talk more. Oh, wait. Does he talk about it here? Do we get more? Let's go through it.
Speed it up a little bit.
How it'll work is that you'll be able to pre-order. You're going to be also able to subscribe. You're also going to be able to subscribe. So what that means is that you will be able to say, I want this book and I need to get it. Just reserve me the copy. Whenever like the 2nd or 3rd or 4th issue comes out. Okay. So what's going to happen is those books are going to go for sale for pre-order. If you want to subscribe, it'll save you a little money. But you can do that. It'll be a part of your little pull list, right? Shout out. Yes, it's about to kick up for you. It's about to kick up for you, Marcos. And then we're gonna have an actual. This is the thing I'm most excited about. We are going to have an actual release date. So we probably how the shipping is going to be tied to that to be determined. But we are going to have an actual release date. So none of this, no more of this quarter, whatever. It's going to be estimated because we got to have a little wiggle room, guys. But it's going to be an estimated fulfillment start date.
Michael,
so it's going to be just a release date. It's not going to be treated.
There you go. That hitting that goal, EBS. Have a great weekend.
This also means that
thank you. Thanks.
You're just for the most part
Did we
As
hit
part of
the
that
goal?
pre-order, the things you're going to be able to get, it's mostly just going to be the books. There won't be a whole lot of merchandise items. There may be a CGC or like a special item that'll be tied to it.
don't
We're
end
not
it.
going to do incentive
No, we
variants. I
missed
refuse
it.
to do that. So don't worry about it.
Okay. But thank you.
You got to understand, a lot of books aren't going to have CGCs. A lot of the books are just going to be books. And there may be one or two special items, but most of them are going to be books. We're now going to move, though we'll keep it in the pre-order format, we're now going to move merchandise heavy stuff as just general isolated releases. Will there still be pre-order only covers? Well, yes, because there's going to be a cutoff. So what'll happen is at about let's say a window of 3 to 4 weeks. Let's say that there will be a cutoff. And at that cutoff, the variants will no longer be available. It'll only be the mass print that will be available to pre-order. So basically, you got to get your orders in there. So look at it like this. The pre-order window will be about 3 to 4 months before the release date. And about 3 to 4 weeks prior to the release date, we would do a cutoff of all variants.
Right.
And therefore, we're going to...
the pre-orders 3 to 4 months. He's given, none of these books are done anymore. So he is literally doing the pre-order system. You know how like his whole thing before was like the book is done, but why you buying books? It ain't done shit. He does, right? Why ain't these creators got their books done? He ain't gonna have these books done. He's not gonna, he's got each one of these books. You're gonna pre-order it for 30 days or some shit like that. He's going to do one a week, and he's going to give himself 3 months to produce the book, which is exactly what Diamond preview magazines were pretty much. And just so you understand how Diamond would work, I would do covers for Marvel, and they'd be like, well, we don't know what's on the cover, Shane. We need a cover of Wolverine. And I'm like, well, where's the script? And you're like, well, Gail Simone won't turn it in, but we think there's fire and rockets in it. So can you just draw Wolverine and fire? There would be nothing done on the books at all. Like nothing. I'm the only artwork. I'm the only thing, the concept for the book is the cover guy that go into the catalog. I mean, so, dude, he doesn't have the money to produce books anymore.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't think so. Especially not in the quantity that he's looking to do. That's amazing. Okay, does he seem like somebody who's brimming with confidence? I mean, he just doesn't seem like he's like...
No, he's scratching to survive. This is an animal crawling onto a cliff. This is not out of confidence. This is nothing here. Dude, how many times, Ethan, anybody in chat, how many times, this is pissing me off, and I don't even know why. How many times have we seen Marvel and DC talk about how they're aggressively going to ask us to buy 100 books? Joe Quesada, Stan Lee, Dan DiDio, but they never give you a pitch, not even a character, not a concept, not a story. Yeah. This guy just did that. I've never seen a publisher do what the fuck he just did. This is the griftiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. This guy doesn't have a concept. He doesn't have a character. He doesn't even have a fucking story to tell. He just knows he's got to sell you 100 fucking books. This is bad.
Just Batman says he's all in on crowdfunding. Beef his numbers up. All right, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to allow us to increase our volume. It's going to allow us to have hard dates, right? Without like now again, the ones that are caught up right now that we're working on getting out, those are going to remain the same. We're going to be fulfilling those and everything over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, that's more going to be the take. And that's going to happen actually pretty quickly, if I'm being completely honest. Like these last bit of collections that we have are going to be exactly that. We're going to reserve the collection format. We're going to have a full release schedule that you're going to be able to refer to as like, okay, this is the release date for this title and that title. And like I said, you're going to be looking at a bigger window, obviously, of pre-order. There's going to be a cutoff, but there's going to be a bigger window so we can get those accurate prints. There's going to be a cutoff. And that cutoff doesn't mean that we won't have any. It just means that you can no longer order it. And now we've let's just say that we have outgrown. I think everybody kind of got the feeling of that. We have outgrown the collection format because of our volume. We're releasing a lot of books, just like you would expect from a major publisher. There's publishers that are releasing way more books than we are. So we got catch up to do. But in order to do that, we can't be doing all these add-ons and shit. We got to focus on.
What kills me about this, by the way, is that again, he does not talk about story. Like at all. Like, all publishers, not just most publishers, all publishers would go, so in 2026, here's where we're going. Crossover world, enormous crossover where Earth is going to be eaten by, this thing. And then,
big imposing threat, big imposing threat.
Big imposing
right?
threat. This is Crisis on Infinite Rippaverses, except you can't do that. Well, you know what I mean? He would announce an event, a story that would cross over into all the other books, and then we're adding all these other books because they're like, we're going to be tuned into spin-offs, multiple spin-offs tuned into the main frame of the story. He doesn't do that. He just talks about what his business needs. I mean, he never talks about story. He's not like, none of this should be interesting to the fans at all. Like, nobody cares about any of your business problems, your business plans. You won't succeed because you're not getting people excited about a story. And if you would just be like, here's what's going on. We're starting off with this event here in the first part of the year. And then at the end of the year, it's going to bleed into this event. And then we're going to need to make all of these books because, it's going to spin off. We got Mike Barron working on this. We got Chuck Dixon working on this. We got the Saskas working on this part of it. He doesn't talk about anything, like no stories, just the number of products that he needs to get out. This is why, Eric, this is why you're not in comics. You don't understand comics. You don't understand the language of comics. I mean, even saying we're race swapping Isom and making him Asian now is a better story pitch than what you're talking about. Anything would be better.
Did you know he was saying this before you played this?
Did I know he was what?
Gonna say this before you played this video?
No, I just heard that he was talking about. I heard that he was melting down and talking about digital. That's what I heard.
All right, so my last thought on this, and I don't want to keep interrupting, but like saying you're going to do something and doing something are two different things. So like this could be like, well, we got to hype our guys up, Eric. You got to get out there, hype these guys up to buy 100 books. Well, what if I can't? Well, we're not doing it. And this could be just, what he's wishing to do and what he will do are two different things. I mean, I just don't see him making it to the end of the year trying to publish like that. I mean, it's like feeding a fire more oxygen.
Yeah.
This reminded me of how I subscribed to Marvel Comics as a kid, and they would just mail me those. Yes, so that's going to be the approach. So we're going to add a subscription option. So basically, all that means is that when we release the next installment, you don't have to do that. Now that we'll have to get a little creative because it's like, what cover are you going to want and all that other stuff. It may be just for the mass print. I'll think of some ideas to technically make that make sense. But you're gonna, that way you don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about, hey, did I already sign up for this? No, you are anticipating that you want to keep up with this title, so you're going to be able to keep getting each installment. You have all the merch in one campaign. Yeah, like we're going to have like the merchandise is going to be its own special thing. Like it'll be like basic pre-orders and basic like it'll be just random shit. It's not going to be like, oh, it's got to be a part of this collection. Like I think again we've outgrown that. If we want to put out a shirt, damn it, we're just going to let it go up for pre-order. So like the Ripper Spring collection, which is maybe like that's very similar to that. Like the collection will be for specialty things. So like that's a good example. So what we are doing with what we did with the spring collection and like the summer collection, like it'll be stuff like that. So it'd be like a special collection where we're doing like a special run or something like that. But collections, we've outgrown it being our main primary form of like way of release. So yeah, Blood Red Hat coming. Yeah, it's also going to allow us to get a little crazy with our merchandise if we want to, because we'll be doing a natural pre-order that's not associated with it. We have someone just asked about. I gotta get this card on super chats, but I will. Yellow Flash says with a 5. Keep doing omnibuses. I love that. We'll slide right in next to my Marvel DC one. Yeah. These some bitches right here that apparently I'm not supposed to be able to do this with because nobody can do this. This is a shell. There's no actual pages in here apparently, even though everybody can see it. Extra omnis. It's funny, man. I don't know what the market is for that, but it's funny now that everybody's seen it. We've got hit up nonstop. Hey, it's just gonna be reprinted, and I'm like, I can't do that because like it's such a big book that I gotta get. My floor is between 250, maybe stretched out to 500 actually, but 250 is basically my floor. To where if I'm gonna make this worthwhile, I have to get that many printed to not have to charge you
250
fucking $400 for it. But yes, we will do omnibuses. We will keep doing omnibus. We're going to keep doing collections. Absolutely. Have to buy another shelf for my omnibus. It is fucking bro. This was way more massive than what we anticipated. Like I'll be completely honest. When we saw the pictures from our printers, I was like, okay, that is I didn't know it was going to be like that. And also it was a learning experience. There are some changes that I would have to it. I would probably make this I bind it maybe a little differently, and I would like for our next one, if we did one that's like 1,400 pages, I'd maybe do the cover just a little bit. So it was a big time learning experience for us as well. But I'm satisfied with how it came out. But yeah, it was way bigger than what I could.
Who's gonna read
monthly
that?
For somebody asked. No, subscription as in like basically what would happen is
too big for the binding.
Subscription like, hey, you want to keep up with the Horseman series, so you want to always make sure that you don't miss out on the Horseman, and you will basically have that reserved, and you don't have to think about it. Like we would just charge you obviously once it was ready to like go up for pre-order, so you wouldn't have to think about it.
Man.
So yeah, put the reprint omnibus through Rippaverse section. If the go, oh, see, this is why I like my fans. I didn't even think about that. That is a fantastic idea. Wow. That would be a way to do that. Like a second chance Rippaverse campaign. We know what our floor has to be in order for us to make it. If we don't hit it, we just don't do it. Wow.
It's crowdfunding.
What an idea. That is, didn't even consider it. That's why it's important to be interactive with your audience, because you learn new shit. Didn't even think about that. So Street Black Blazers, AK, they're talking about me holding up the holding things up. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, we got 550 books sold, by the way, guys. You guys are insane. Now we have 555. Please keep buying the Rippaverse omnibus. By the way, not the Rippaverse omnibus, the Rippaverse digital books. By the way, it is the last day. They will be streaming later for Dirty Deeds. Dirty Deeds #1. I need y'all. By the way, first of all, let's hype that shit up. Let me go there because again, it's gonna be one of our last collections. But look at this.
Come on, hurry up.
What I was saying about the digital.
What was he saying?
No, the digital is to prime new people for the 100 books. But the weird thing about the digital is they're buying at a different price point. They're not going to go buy your physical books.
Right. I don't think they will. People have these ideas, and the reason why everybody doesn't do this is it's not because Eric is the first one to think of it. It's that people tried it. It didn't work.
So DC's reprinting like some Swamp Thing comics that never printed. Whatever. They just gave out digitally all the Swamp Thing books prior to that. Like you can read them digitally free because they're getting ready to sell in the run with the three last issues of Swamp Thing that never printed. It's like it is a publishing strategy. Get the free out there to sell the new. I just don't think it's going to work for him.
I don't either. I don't think it's gonna work. Okay, here we go. Let's get through this. I can't take any more of this guy. 2 times.
6 figures! And we're almost at 3,000 books sold. Let's go. It's the last day. I need y'all to go grab that. Matter of fact, this is what you do. You go grab a couple of Rippaverse digital books so you can get those to read, and then you grab, while you're checking out, make sure you grab Dirty Deeds. Woo!
Just barely 6 figures now, Shane.
6-figure collection. You guys are crazy. Are you guys ever gonna release an encyclopedia? I know those are popular. Maybe. I'm not against it. I'm not against doing like a character encyclopedia. We need a Rippaverse zip-up hoodie ASAP, okay? Yeah, we do have the regular hoodie, but we don't have any zip-ups. Unfortunately, we're about to be entering in spring soon enough, so I think we may have been too late for it. I know, depending on where you're at in the world, in the country, it's going to be cold for the next couple months anyway for you, but that's something we should be able for. Covering opinions. Absolutely, Sean. Comments, absolutely. I'm up for everything.
No, 2 times is all I can take.
Right now. Shout out. Do it for Renland. Yeah, do it for Renland. All right, let me pull this up real quick, because I know there's a bunch of them that I did not get to. Okay, we have wow, I'm behind. Holy shit. Sorry about this. Let me get these super chats. Wow, I'm behind. Okay. Almighty Sink 24 months said, I read that. Coffee Summit, did I get this one? Congrats on your digital release, buddy. I'm going to grab a physical copy of the Rippaverse business, but I think I did get that one. Shout out. My man Cole Hauser in the chat. What a 5 says, I'm dark too, my brother, and I stand with you. Cole Hauser has been awesome supporter of myself and everybody in this community, man. I got to give a big shout out to him. Shout out Cole Hauser. Andrew with the 2 says, as a Jamaican, I'm disappointed by my countryman, yet a guy I guess apparently is Jamaican. White Raven with the 2 says, you're a true American in my eyes. Thank you, White Raven. Shout out. Joe Music with the 2 says, I think the term Batty Bowie is appropriate. Mr. Saturn with 5 says, it's like CB4. I'm black, y'all. And I'm black, y'all. I'm blacker than black. And I'm big. So it was so silly. Yeah. Mr. Saturn with 5 says, race hustlers so fixated on tokenization at the expense of true cultural enrichment. With the 90s, we almost had it killed, and then they hustled hard. Yeah, racism was almost dead during the 90s. Like, it was on its last stand. So I think a lot of people were over. It wasn't to say there weren't people that focused on race.
Eric, you got to pick this off.
Oh, man. It'd be doing great. Garfield Zarvich with 10 says, Joe Bennett was cast out from the mainstream for that. Yes, that is true. Made on his own time, the Imperial Dragon Knight, chasing socialist party members while on a flaming horse is great. And now he's here. So if nothing else, positivity came out of that, because now he's here. Shout out Joe Bennett. Garfield Zarvin with 10 says Joe Bennett was cast from the. I just read that. What am I doing? Andrew Gale with 2 says sorry back home. My grandma politics corrupt. It does. Alex Miller, what's up with 2 says congrats on digital releases. Thank you so much. We're halfway to 1,000. That's crazy. My man Yellow Flash, I got that one. Sean with 10 says I would absolutely subscribe for every cover of every Rippaverse book, so I didn't have to keep track. I almost ended up with a gap in my collection because I didn't know the source in time. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my notes of things that we need to do. We need a general Rippaverse subscription, so you just get everything, and we need like an individual book subscription. And hey, I should we expect digital books? Also, get you up, man. Also, I haven't had a chance to really look at the numbers on
months, we made the goal. Beautiful.
The gold thing and everything.
We hit our goal.
Go,
Matt!
We'll see. I will let you know. I have Caleb 5 months. I think that everybody's to go. Everything's to go. So yes,
he's going Toby and Digogo. Toby and Digogo with a publishing arm.
I don't know yet. I got to work now, but we'll see. I don't not so much. Some I want to breathe. I'm leaning more there, but like I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. It's like I told you. It's just about I don't think I don't see it. Maybe my body gets so crazy that we're gonna do that yet.
Have you ever like met somebody on speed and they talk to you like this? Yeah, really, Eric? Okay. So he's like a munchkin in Twin Peaks.
But yeah, I don't know.
What about the Red Room?
I don't know how what's the way to do that. But yeah, like it doesn't have to be because never use the reason like subscription. We got your account, but it's probably the membership gotta be a little different. Let us say no friend. I don't know, but anything else don't know first one thing. But I'll tell you. What does anything show about?
Somebody's in the chat.
How is he not done yet? What? Shame.
No, somebody in the chat's asking if it's $35 per issue. I doubt it because if he's producing that many comics, he's got to drop his page count.
Yeah, I'm done with this guy. I can't take anymore. Yeah. Shane, thanks for coming on here. Very interesting. Very interesting. We'll see what goes on.
I'm dreading this year already, man.
It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be nuts. We'll see what happens. John Malin's live right now. Go join John Malin. And Shane, thank you, my friend.
Yep. You have a good one. All right.
Hail, Comicsgate.
Ethan and comic artist Pro Secrets will return after these messages. We now return to Ethan and comic artist Pro Secret.